Yeah, very much.
Part of the reason is for the work that you do. Council members, I have 2 proclamations. If you'd like to say anything to Ms. Rigo, you're welcome to do so. Any questions? Okay.
I don't have anything to add other than we appreciate the work you do, because when you do your work, we don't see the problems. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
I have 2 proclamations, and this one is going to be to you, Ms. Rigo, for your 21 years of hard work. And we appreciate that as a valued city department. Your efforts at providing efficient economical protection of our people and our living spaces is to be commended. And we have one for the New Orleans Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board. And thank you very much for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Can we give Ms. Rigo a round of applause, please?
All right, Madam Clerk, second order of business, please.
Second order of business, presentation, celebrating the tremendous and impactful career of New Orleans' own Mr. Clancy DuBos. Honoring reporter, editor, and newspaper co-owner Clancy DuBos, who over the course of his five-decade career has covered critical and defining moments in New Orleans history with his commentary in the Gambit, the Times-Picayune, and on local TV stations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Clancy, why don't you come up to the hot seat here? And Margot, if you want to come up with them, and Will as well, you're free. They want to stay out there?
Will, come down, Will.
They're good.
They want to stay on the safe side of the
That's
glass.
right. That's right. Well, Clancy, you...
I actually begged Margot to come sit with me. She said, no.
Yeah, she's a smart woman.
Yes.
Yeah.
She has great taste in all things except husbands.
All right, Clancy, I'm so glad to put you in the hot seat because you put us in the hot seat so many times. So there you go. It's your turn to switch it up here. So, Clancy, we're here to honor you and to celebrate your really amazing career as a journalist, as a commentator, as the editor of Gambit. And I had my staff put together, kind of a list of your accomplishments in history and really notable moments. And, obviously, people know that you're a big UNO grad. They know that. And you're a huge supporter of UNO. But I think a lot of people don't realize that you also went to Loyola Law School and that you have a law degree. And I think that has been so helpful and impactful for you in your journalism and also in the way that you've covered the legislature. I know back when I was in the legislature, I would even call you, and you would actually be able to go through different laws and different statutes, and so I think that that's been really helpful to you. The different major events that Clancy covered during his career stem all the way back to the early 1970s. He was an intern over at the Times-Picayune. He covered the upstairs lounge arson. He also covered the administrations of Mayor Dutch Morial and Mayor Moon Landrieu. He also covered the 1982 Pan Am flight crash, the 1984 World's Fair, and of course did so much coverage of Hurricane Katrina and the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina and the rebuilding of our city. Clancy, as I mentioned, was an intern at the Times-Picayune, and then he went on to become a TV journalist. He started out at WDSU. There's some really great alumni from WDSU. I just wanted to mention that. And then Clancy ultimately spent 43 years as a columnist, an editor, a co-owner of Gambit, along with his wife Margot, serving as publisher beginning in 1987, and the DuBoses became owners in 1991. You have so many awards, Clancy, that I can't even go through and read them all. You've won so many different pieces of recognition just for the amazing work that you've done over the years. But more than anything, aside from your career, I just want to mention just what a great guy you are and how much you really do for the community. Whether it's United Way or other different organizations, you are always there to add support to initiatives that you care about. And, there have been some tough issues that this state has faced, that this city has faced. And you've always been that voice of reason and voice of common sense that is so necessary. And in a time when, so often people are scared to speak out, you've never been scared. And that's always been so clear. And I've always appreciated that so much about you. So we wish you just the very best as you enter retirement. And, I was talking to Margot and Will that I don't know how you'll be able to just totally step back, but it is well-deserved. And I hope that you're able to travel and enjoy your grandkids and enjoy your new phase in life. But I know that you're still going to be around, and of course, always expect our calls, because there's no way that we could, keep doing what we're doing without having to touch base with you every once in a while. Congratulations to you, Clancy.
Thank you, Council Member.
I'm going to turn it over to the other council members, and I'll start with Councilmember Green.
First, I know that Clancy DuBos is not really going to be totally retired. I'm going to see you at the Chateau Cafe, intensely involved with writing. But I'm also pleased, I got to start off with the fact that you're a resident of District D, as is your son. So that's great news. But look, the bottom line is that you've attended schools in New Orleans and even lived near UNO, your alma mater. It's clear your commitment to our city of New Orleans and our state of Louisiana. And I do appreciate your sharing the news with us and sharing a lot of news that we wouldn't know, even including entertainment news. You were one of the earliest sharers of great entertainment news that people really have sometimes copied today. So I appreciate all of those 43 years plus of journalism. I appreciate the fact that you're grounded in the city of New Orleans, that your family is also. What a story to be in partnership with your wife in a publication that gets around to so many thousands of people. So congratulations. I wish you the best in your retirement. I know I'm going to see you at Chateau. Looking forward to your continuing the work that you do. Thank you.
I'll still be on Channel 4, too.
Channel 4 too? Okay.
Council President Morrell.
Yeah, I think he's starting to chafe. He thinks we're shipping him off.
Yeah, okay.
Like a pastor or something, but that's not. We know that we appreciate you taking a step back. We know you're really, in a lot of ways, not going anywhere because you're such an essential part of the fabric of the city. I mean, there's a lot I want to say, always so much I can say in this kind of setting. I know that Helena and I both got to participate in your roast with Delgado a couple years back, and it was an experience. It was an experience to see how many people in the city you interact with from every walk of life who really appreciate everything that you do. But I was thinking of a couple of thoughts. First off, no one mentioned his most important alma mater, which is Holy Cross.
Thank you for
Because
bringing that up.
it's the fact that you didn't go to St. Augur Jesuit in itself is kind of amazing, and you turned out as well as you did, according to these two guys. But Clancy,
No, I'm going to answer that.
but Clancy, what I really want to highlight is, personally, as an elected official, and I often look back and realize how long I've been an elected official, which is way too long. But people like you, I think I've argued policy more with you than most legislators. And I say that because part of who I am as an elected official was the quality of the media that covered me when I began my term as an elected official. And you know, the two people that were most formative for me in what I thought an elected official should be and what I thought the media could be were you and Frank Donzi. Because you were both people that you didn't just cover politics, you held politicians to both a personal and professional standard. You knew us as people, and when you saw us not doing what we should do as people, you both publicly and privately called us to account for it. It made us better people. And we don't see enough of that these days at all. We don't see that kind of synergistic relationship between policy and those who cover it, and it's really missing. And it's just, you know, you have been really the voice of reason and the voice, kind of the conscious, the Jiminy Cricket of New Orleans for a very long time. I know in a lot of your editorials, going back even, like I said, post-Katrina, when I started my time as a legislator, you were always the person who's kind of said the things no one wanted to say and articulated the hard truths no one wants to talk about. And a lot of accolades get laid on solving the problems, but we don't give enough credit to those people who pointed out the problem. And I can point to, education. You've been calling out education problems long before Katrina. And we all focused on the fact that post-Katrina we did some great things in education, but people like you were the ones doing the coverage on what was wrong with it before it became such a well-funded effort to correct it. I've always appreciated that you lay these truths with a level of insight and humor that we don't see enough as well. And we really like you. We love Margot, but we like you and we tolerate you because of Margot, but you will be missed in your daily role calling us to task. But those of us who know you, we know you'll still be calling us to task on a regular basis. So thank you for allowing, I know you don't like being honored like this, but thank you for allowing us to pull you up here and make you sit through this.
Thank you.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, Councilmember Moreno. Good morning, Mr. DuBos, and congratulations on your retirement. And you look forward to your life after retirement. One of the things I kind of admire about you the most, respect about you the most, is I remember you came, we talked about the upstairs lounge fire. You said that was one of your first stories, fresh out of school or just on the job at the Times-Picayune. And to see you rise through the ranks from that, I guess, beat reporter from the Times-Picayune, that's the correct term?
I was a summer intern.
Summer intern, to being one of the most respected journalists in our area. Just, it was a testament to your fortitude, just spirit of not giving up. And I didn't know that about you. That you started that low on a totem pole, and to be where you are just was a very inspiring story. And I remember that from, you weren't even here to speak about it. You just was giving your 2 cents on it. And that stuck with me. And I wanted to say before I get a mic to my other council member, you mentioned me in one of your weekly editorials on the news, and it wasn't the most flattering lights, but I was flattered that you even mentioned me. It wasn't bad. You just,
Use a nice picture of you, though.
But I would say I made it to the top of the list. I got Clancy DuBos speaking about me. So, well, congratulations on all you did for the city and all you will continue to do, and enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, like Councilmember King, listen, I think I met you when I was a young attorney, before I entered this crazy world of politics. And I remember walking into the Gambit interview when I was running, and you were there, and I was starstruck because you are the voice of New Orleans. And in a time where there's so much biased reporting, you remain an unbiased voice who tells the truth, who really says it straight. And I appreciate that. But I can tell you I was starstruck walking into that interview because you, again, just are the epitome of New Orleans reporting, an advocate for the city of New Orleans, and we can't forget that your reporting does what it's supposed to do, which is tell the truth correctly, and also be an advocate for what is good for the city of New Orleans. So I want to thank you for that. I look forward to seeing you on the news. I look forward to whatever book that I hope you're writing. And we will miss your weekly editorials, but I'm sure you will be around, and I'm a phone call away, and I know you're a phone call away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jerusalem.
Thank you. I'm going to say my comments, and then Michael Heck sent me something he asked me to read too, Clancy, which is pretty nice. So I'm
shocked.
I know. So I, you know, when I saw Helena and JP doing the roast, I was actually thinking, I think I've known Clancy longer almost than anybody in this room. It was since I was 6 or 7. And I remember elbowing my dad at Gallier Hall and like, how did this nerdy guy get such a pretty woman? I don't understand how this happened. And maybe there's hope for me one day as a result of that.
You did, your kid, you outkicked your cousins.
Yes, I did. And Clancy, like, I think the two things I love the most about you are you're a Ninth Ward kid who has remained so true to his roots, and as JP and Eugene said, Holy Cross remains so important to you, University of New Orleans remains so important to you, but the city remains so important to you. And being a journalist is a hard job. I think people don't realize not only are you under constant attack from the national level and also pressure to publish and how to make advertising revenue and how to make everything work, but then you deal with politicians calling to yell at you and tell you how they don't like what you said or your columns, and you've always managed to gracefully manage that. In addition to this, like, I encourage everybody to go to lunch or have coffee with Clancy one time. It is like being with a celebrity in New Orleans. No, that is not true. You're shaking your head, but I cannot tell you how many times we've been at Chateau or Martin's and people stop and like, Clancy, I saw your commentary, or I read this, or do you remember? And the thing that we will miss is not only your great work, but also your encyclopedic knowledge. That is the other piece of this, is that I've had conversations with you in the past where you've said, well, you may remember Jim Singleton did this back in 1983. I'm like, no, Clancy, I was 7. I don't remember that happened, but thank you for reminding me of that. So you are a true institution and knowledge base that we just are not going to be able to replace. I'm glad that you'll still be doing your commentary on Channel 4, but the city is lesser for the fact that you have made this decision to scale back, and that I know that you're going to be engaged in so many other ways, and we're happy to have you. I'm going to read Heck's statement really quickly, too. Clancy DuBos is a quintessential New Orleanian. He is smart, opinionated, funny, and gives a damn almost to a fault. Most of all, he loves New Orleans. Clancy has been an invaluable friend, mentor, advisor to me over many years. Whenever Clancy talks, people listen because of his opinions are born of authentic experience and passion for the city and its people. Clancy is old school without being afraid of the future, tough without being cruel, and willing to speak truth to power even when power doesn't want to hear it. New Orleans is a better place for Clancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you all very much. I jotted down just a few notes, and it's not going to be much. And the reason I wrote them down is because I wanted to make sure I made just a few important points. I've been very blessed. I've always felt very blessed on many levels. I have a loving God, a loving family and friends, and amazing teachers, mentors, and colleagues. And my youngest colleagues even are also my mentors. And I've had the opportunity to do what I love to do in the most interesting city in America. I haven't been half as nice to y'all as y'all just were to me, so it confirms what I've been thinking since I announced my retirement from print journalism, and my phone blew up with invitations to go to lunch or dinner. I couldn't help wondering, are they happy for me, or are they just happy to see me go? I'm leaning towards the latter. And as I've listened to you all say all these things, if he hadn't been mentioning my name so often, I was really thinking, who the heck are they talking about? Because I don't see that guy in the mirror. But you all are inspiring me to try to be that guy. And I hope that I can do that going forward. My favorite prayer is one that I think I made up. And it's for once, I'm a man of few words when I say it. Lord, lead me where you need me. And I have to thank Margot, who has put up with me for 40 years and counting. She's been more than my life partner. She's also been my muse and my best editor. Also, my sons, Brandon and Will. Brandon couldn't be here this morning. He's out making the world a better place, getting people to install solar panels. And my son, Will, I'm so glad that he's here, but then he told me, well, Dad, I actually have some business before the council. But I'll take it any way I can get it. And most of all, I want to thank not just you all, but all of your predecessors. You all have mentored me. One of my earliest mentors among politicians was Dutch Morial, who taught me so much. I hear his voice a lot, and Moon Andrew as well, but all the mayors, including our current mayor, and some of those who, and all of those who want to be mayor, legislators, governors, senators, but most importantly, I want to thank the people who don't get recognized enough, and you all know this. It's the secretaries, the people who clean up this room after we're gone, the civil servants. You all get elected to serve. They choose, they elect to serve. And without them sticking around for a long time, this city wouldn't function at all. And I remain an optimist about New Orleans. And I want to close by just thanking the people of New Orleans, because they've been so generous in their love and support and their criticism, because they were my critics were my mentors as well. And Eugene, I swear, I'm sorry, Councilman, I will try to find something nice to say, and it won't be hard, I promise. Oh, Lord, I'm a little nervous, so forgive me for being tongue-tied. So just thank you all very much, and God bless this city. I love you all.
Thank you, Clancy. Let me read the proclamation real quick. The proclamation says, be it proclaimed by the City of New Orleans that the City Council celebrates Mr. Clancy DuBos on the occasion of his retirement. Thank you for your commitment to insightful commentary, brilliant political reporting, and unwavering advocacy for the City of New Orleans, signed by all 7 members of the New Orleans City Council. Congrats.
Thank you so much. And Freddie, I promise I will make it up to you.
Third order of business, recognition of Karr High School, Jamal McNeely, CEO of Inspire NOLA Charter Schools, Inspire NOLA Charter School representatives, and student athletes. Honoring Karr High School for its exceptional accomplishments in athletics and academics. Jamal McNeely, CEO of Inspire NOLA Charter Schools, will join other school representatives and student athletes to celebrate the school's recent achievements in its commitments to excellence in education and sports, highlighting its positive impact in the New Orleans community.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Inspired Nova, Edna Karr team, Mr. McNeely, Dr. Washington, students. Mr. McNeely, I'm going to turn the mic over to you. You can have everyone introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about themselves. That'd be great.
We'll start off with introductions and then we give some highlights.
Good morning. Of course, we are excited to be here. Dr. Tamika Washington, Edna Karr's principal. I'm going to allow my student leaders to introduce themselves.
I'm Arsenio Bowes Jr. I'm the team captain on the football team.
I'm Dejon Smith. I'm a team captain on the football team.
I'm Willow Wright. I'm a part of the majorette team and student leadership.
I'm Christian Miller, section leader of the team bus in my marching band trumpet section and a student leader.
All right, thank you for those introductions, Mr. McNeely.
Today is a very special day. Over this past year, Edna Karr High School has not only outperformed the city, but many aspects outperformed the state. Edna Karr High School, under the leadership of Dr. Washington, is the only open admission A high school in the city of New Orleans. Not only is Edna Karr High School performing in the classroom, Edna Karr High School just won the state championship in football. Not only did they win the state championship in football, they also was ranked in the top 25 across the nation when it comes to their athletic abilities. I am humbled when I see what Coach Brown is doing every single day. I would like to give Coach Brown, who's in the audience and one of his students, to be up here, a big round of applause for his leadership, his character, his commitment.
Can we have Coach Brown? Coach Brown, come on up, Coach. No, you don't want to? All right, Coach.
If we can also have all the student athletes and the leadership, please stand up. Leadership team, please stand up. Big round of applause for all of their accomplishments. I also would like to highlight Dr. Washington, who is a phenomenal leader. Dr. Washington and her leadership team, in conjunction with individuals like Coach Brown, I call him Mr. Coach Brown, has done a phenomenal job at Edna Karr High School, and they continue to be not only the heartbeat of the West Bank, but they are the West Bank. This team and this school had a motto last year, which was reclaim. They wanted to not only reclaim their A for academic excellence, but they also wanted to reclaim their ability on the field, what they do on the field and in the classroom. I would like to turn it over to Dr. Washington to give some remarks to our students who are here, where they can speak on their accomplishments, what Edna Karr means to them, since they are second to none, not only in the classroom, but on the field.
Yes, thank you so much to our CEO in this nation, if not world. It has certainly been my honor as we went through COVID, as we went through just challenges that our students have faced over the past 5 years that I've been there, with loss of life, which really even embarked on our mental health awareness and our NOLA love. It took all of those things, all of our CEO's hard work and efforts to make certain that Karr could reclaim what was rightfully ours. So well past the books in the classroom, the mental toughness that our scholars demonstrate, both the student leaders and athletes, prepared them for the championship, prepared them to take back the title that rightfully belongs to Edna Karr with its 60-year history of academic excellence and 30 years, of course, of having an A, both Blue Ribbon Awards that are already home to Karr. So we're just getting started. Thank you so much to the Councilmember King for always being there for us and supporting us, and thank you to this council.
Students, anything?
Really, all I have to say is thank you to Mr. McNeely, Dr. Washington, Coach Bryce, and all our coaches. Really, all the staff around the school. Just thank them for being a guide to us. You know, keeping their hands on us throughout the school day. Even when we're outside of school, we can go to them for anything. It's just like, I'm appreciative of all of them.
Thank you for those comments. You're the quarterback?
No, I play middle linebacker.
Middle linebacker, okay. Where's the quarterback? Is he here?
Like that.
Quarterback? Come on up here, quarterback. I want you to come on up here, too. The way you showed out in that championship game, man, it was it was unbelievable. Middle linebacker. All right, Next.
All I gotta say is I'm thankful for all the coaches, especially Coach Bryce, holding the team together this year and letting us go reclaim what was ours.
It was definitely a team effort for everything that we have accomplished from the student athletes and our teachers.
I just want to say thank you to all of our head of school, Mr. Jamal McNeely and Dr. Washington, for actually helping me build my character throughout the years and stuff like that. So Edna Carr actually means a lot to me, and I appreciate everything they have done for me. I just want to say thank you to Mr. McNeely, Dr. Washington, Coach Bryce, my brothers on my team for helping us reclaim the championship and all we do.
All right. You're very welcome, and thank you all for your comments. Councilman Green.
Good morning, and it's great to see so many young people here today. It's great to see so many champions here today. I do want to start off by saying to Mr. McNeely and Dr. Washington, congratulations on what Inspired NOLA does. I'm so proud to have McDonald 35 and Pierre Capto as part of my district. I have a chance to visit often, but the most important thing is that those students are motivated, so congratulations and thank you for that work. But to those students at Karr, and especially today our athletes first, tremendous congratulations. I mean, 7 state championships is just an incredible story, and you all are part of a tradition in athletic excellence that is certainly recognized throughout the nation, as it was mentioned. But you're also part of a great institution that means so much for that community, for the Algiers community, and for our city of New Orleans. We're proud when we have the chance to celebrate not only this type championship, but your academic excellence too. So I'm just so pleased to have an opportunity to be here today as we celebrate a state championship and a continuing success story here. We also celebrate the fact that New Orleans has a great future because we have young people like you all who are successful, who are humble, who are motivated, and who are committed to making a better city for us all. So to the Inspired NOLA family, to the Karr family, I'm just so pleased to be today in your presence to celebrate your successes with you, and I look forward to hearing about many, many more successes to come. Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Thank you, Dr. Washington, Mr. McNeely, for being here today. We appreciate your leadership. You guys are the gold standard for the city of New Orleans. To the gentleman here from Karr, I will tell you as a former legislator, you guys terrify the rest of the state when it comes to athletics. I was talking, my son runs for Ben Franklin, and he said, Dad, why is the city haphazardly cut into different eligibility districts where you could live like 2 blocks over and not be eligible for you? And I was like, Karr. Literally, the Louisiana High School Athletic Association and the other programs across the state are so terrified of you, they carve up New Orleans into different eligibility districts just so it makes it harder for y'all to recruit. And I know it's hard for y'all, but think about it this way. If you could be in North Louisiana, and one eligibility district could be literally 500 miles. But in the city of New Orleans, our athletes are so talented, they do everything possible to make the playing field as unlevel as possible, and you still kick the crap out of them. So we're very proud of you. You continue to do that, and you continue to make legislators' lives hard because they get yelled at by their colleagues when y'all inevitably take the boot to whoever they put up against y'all in the state championship. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
Good morning. I have to tell you, it's so inspiring to see all of you all before us because, and some of you all I've met before, but I just want to say that sitting before us really is the future of New Orleans and the future leaders of New Orleans. And so we are so proud of all that you've been able to accomplish because it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. You know, sometimes people look at accomplishments and they think that it's like, oh, wow, that person was just lucky or they just got there, wow, you know, I want to do that. But they don't realize the amount of hard work, dedication, time spent that it takes to be champions like you all. And so just remember that moving forward. Let this be a teaching moment for you all that you can achieve anything that you want. Just as long as you decide to put that hard work into it and that you have your mindset knowing that you can accomplish what you want. And so congratulations to all of you for all that you accomplished, but also to Dr. Washington and Mr. McNeely. This also says a lot about Inspire, says a lot about Karr, about the type of institution that this is, and how you bring up the children of New Orleans and how you guide them. You heard from one of the students say it's like you've guided us. You put your hand on and helped us, helped guide us. And so that's really important, and I just thank you all as school leaders for doing so much for the children of our city. Thank you.
Councilman Harris.
Well, I want to address the students here. I'm just proud of you. I'm proud to see you all here before us. I'm proud to see the students who spoke, who are sitting here before us. I'm proud to see a young woman who is speaking and a leader in the school. And I just want to say, again, I'm proud of Karr. I was fortunate enough to participate in the NOLA Love event, and it was fantastic. I would have spent my whole day there if I could have, but I had other commitments. But it was such a good feeling to see you all there to participate. And Mr. McNeely, Dr. Washington, you continue what you are doing, because what you are doing is combining not only athletic excellence, but academic excellence, right? You guys are a great football school, but you're also a great academic institution. And that's what we need to remember, is that it's the combination of both, and it's the combination of hard work. And also you have a killer band. So let's talk about that for a second. But anyway, I'm just proud of you students, and we're here for you, and I can't wait to see you march during Mardi Gras.
Councilman Druso.
So my tie, as I've said before, to Karr is my sister went there, graduated in 1999, and I'm always appreciative of somebody who's helped somebody else who has harder things to deal with. She was a quadriplegic, she had spina bifida, and Karr welcomed her with open arms and made everything as easy for her as possible. And I start there not only to obviously show the familiarity with the school and with your program, but I remember we were watching, I think, the Saints game several years later, and she's like, oh, Robert Royals on the Redskins? He used to help me at Karr all the time, Joseph. And I'm like, oh my God, but that said so much to me about the school, right? That you had a star athlete who took time to help my sister, who was in a wheelchair, who needed help, and he made sure that he was doing just a little something to make her day easier to get around. And I like to thank you all for continuing that tradition, and you all for continuing to live up to it. It's not easy to do, and I think to have continued success. Leslie and Helena both talked about the fact that excellence is hard, but I'm going to argue maintaining excellence is even harder.
Yes.
And you guys and women, both at the table and in the audience, are a real tribute to that. So please keep up the great work. Thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Druso. I'm going to close out and try to keep my comments as short as possible, but when you have an occasion like this, celebrating a school and institution like this, it's kind of hard to do. I want to first thank Mr. McNeely, not what you do for just Karr and Inspire, and all about those NOLA Love rallies where you have students from all over the city, all over the metro area coming in, letting them meet celebrities and inspirational speakers and members of the clergy. That's nothing that's been done before, at least citywide. Hasn't been done before, so thank you for that. Leading our young men and women. And Dr. Washington, having an A-rated school, the highest in the city, when you don't have the test to get in, you don't pay tuition to get in, you can't handpick who you want to get. You take every student just like the next school does, and they come in and they fall in line, and they fall in line with the Karr mantra of second to none. And that's proven here today. So thank to you two and the entire staff. I see Mr. Antoine in the back, assistant principal. We appreciate what you do for our kids, because like one of the students said earlier, you're the guide for them. And you all mean so much to Algiers. We had the first MLK parade in Algiers history because Karr won a state championship. That was never done before. To talk about the students, we have one of the best band, the Marching 100, correct? Just messing, team, bust them up. I'm just teasing. I have to take a jab at Councilman.
Best band in the city right here.
Of course, team bust them up. Mr. Guerrero's the band director, and you all do a great job. Every parade you all go to, you shut it down. So great job with that. I had 3 students intern with me from Karr. Miss Neighbors, who I believe was a junior at LSU, Anthony Lee, who was a freshman at Southern, and Wanye, who I'm not sure if he's here, but he's a senior at Karr, who always bump into at Rouse's, and hey, Mr. King, how you doing? And they represent themselves outside the school, in the community, and what you should be proud of. And talk about the football team. 14-0, Orleans Parish Public School that dominates on the state level year in and year out is unheard of. It's just unheard of. And give it up. Give it up. And let me tell you, I know how tough it is being a student athlete at an A-rated school. In the summertime, when kids are hanging out, you all are working out, running, lifting, sweating. In the wintertime, you all are working out, running, lifting, sweating. You really have no off season, and it shows the amount of work you put in, because you were 14-0. Councilmember Morrell mentioned earlier how they try to shake up the Louisiana rules just to make sure Karr stopped winning. You was in 4A, they said, okay, we went to 5A, play with the big boys in the Catholic League, and all you did was win the Catholic League 3 years in a row. Well, I think 1 loss in 3 years in district play, or 1 or 2 losses. What was it, Coach? How many district? 1 loss in 3 years in the toughest district in the state. They thought y'all couldn't do it. So let me just quickly read off the schedule. 33-0 scrimmage, Landry Walker. If I'm off, please let me know. I'm sorry, LB Landry. 48-21, Archbishop Shaw. 47-0, 35. 45-20, Hold the Cross. 34-13, St. Aug. 42-14, Brother Martin. 21-9, Judgment. 61-16, Warren Easton. 35-14, John Curtis. 69-28, Rummel. 69? 56, this is the playoffs. 56-6, Huntington. 42-14, St. Thomas More, one of the best teams in the state. 21-19, Baton Rouge Catholic. And the state championship game, 53-8. Let me tell you about that game. State championship, the 2 best teams in the state. So we went to go to the game. We walked from there to City Hall, and by the time we got to the tickets, people were like, "Oh man, I'm about to leave." I said, "What's wrong? It's 21-0. It's in the first quarter." So people already leaving. I brought the quarterback. What's his name? I'm sorry, what's your?
John Johnson.
John Johnson was just doing all kind of stuff on the field. Like, he didn't even feel like he could be touched out there. He was just throwing the ball, running all around. But that's how the whole team played with so much confidence. And you know that's a testament to the hard work you put into your teachers, your coaches, your staff. I'm just very, very proud of you. I want to make sure I didn't leave off anything. I think that's it. So congratulations to the students, the staff, Mr. McNeely, Dr. Washington. We have 2 proclamations for Coach Brown and Dr. Washington. And also, I took it upon myself, and the council wants to present Coach Brown and Dr. Washington with 2 special gifts. I think it's appropriate because the only public school in the city with A, you outclass and outshine everybody. It doesn't happen. Coach Brown, 14-0. Undefeated in the district, top 25 in the country. It just doesn't happen, not from this city. So we hear so much bad negativity about our public schools and about our children. I think it's appropriate to highlight when you all do greatness, we all achieve greatness. So we're going to present you with these special gifts and with these proclamations. Thank you.
John, go get Coach Brown.
Sam's saying go out there with the team. We're coming to y'all. Y'all stay out there. Where's the going out there? Pretty off the game, man. Now you make us all look bad.
Consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears. This may be received. We have a communication from Christina Carroll. This may be received and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. We have a communication from Bryce L. Solomon, 34761 Demo, 2225 North Durbany Street. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 2/13/25. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Andrew Gregorian. This may be received and referred to Governmental Affairs Committee. We have a communication from Elizabeth Holman. This may be received and referred to, this may be received, suggesting hearing date 2/13/25. We have a communication from J.P. Morrell, City Council President. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 2/13/25. We have a communication from Leslie D. Harris, Council Member District B. This may be received and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee Chair and Central Council staff. We have a report of Elizabeth Bruzzo. This may be Brusso.
Yep.
Elizabeth Brusso. This may be received. We have a report of Tamir Johnson. This may be received. We have a report of Tabitha Domner. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 2/13/25. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 2/13/25. We have a communication from Tracy D. Madison. This may be received. We have a communication from Marinette Johnson. This may be received. We have a report from Lene Crowley. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 2/13/25. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers, suggesting hearing date 2/13/25. We have a report of Cameron Robinson. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 2/13/25. We have ordinance calendar number 34,971 by Councilmember King, zoning docket 8524. This is all matters on consent.
Thank you. I have some cards, but I'll start with Mr. Burnside because I know you have a card. I'm sure I have some other cards here. All right. Mr. Burnside, whenever you're ready.
So I put in cards for 17 and 24. I would like to just mention that I'm appreciative that Leo and Maxwell got appointed to the Housing Trust Fund Committee. That was very generous of you guys. I would also like to mention that in regards to number 1 and number 7, the situation at Felicity and Magnolia is not resolved. The city has not moved its traffic light off the AT&T pole that's rotting. I've had basically everybody I can think of out there and failed. So I will be asking my council person to sponsor some sort of legislation. And I don't know how that will affect the council person in charge of the Utilities Commission. He mentioned in passing that it would be an interesting law school exercise. So I wanted you guys to know that nothing's changed physically on the ground, and I'm getting a little tired. In regards to number 24, where the English term situation is, there's been discussion about access, and so it took me a while to figure out my position on access. So there are 3 bridges in discussion, one of which, of course, is Route 406. And that is a 2-lane bridge which crosses a small drainage canal called Donner Canal. There are 2 other very large bridges, both of them over the shipping channel. One of them is 407, and the other, of course, is 23. So the argument for English Turn seems to be, generally speaking, that they have a small bridge over a small canal that inhibits their access. I will point out that physically there is a secondary access, specifically Patterson Road hits River Road, which hits Main Street in Plaquemines. There has a giant fence across it that doesn't allow people to have access. But certainly in terms of emergency access, in the sense of hurricanes and other type of things, I would think that the city could set up some sort of emergency use for that road and allow its use for emergency access during hurricanes. I'll also point out that small bridges over drainage canals are extremely inexpensive and can be built, and a second one built with relatively small cost, and should be. And it looks to me that I had 2 minutes to cover
Thank you. Lee DuPont, or Dayport. I might pronounce your name improperly, Lee, please correct me. After that, we have Buck Landry.
Good morning. Lee DuPont, 12805 River Road, New Orleans. Speaking for the Lower Coast Algiers Association. Our group is here to thank the council, and especially Councilman King, for recognizing and supporting the unique requirements of Planning District 13, Lower Coast Algiers. Thank you very much. I am Buck Landry, 24 English Turn for 30 years, not paid. I just also want to thank you on behalf of the Property Owners Association of English Turn for this consideration. It's been a 2.5-year circumstance, so we thank you for your patience.
Thank you. That is all the cards that I have. Oh, one more card. Why don't you start talking, ma'am, and hand the card over. And is there anyone else who wishes to speak on an item?
Good afternoon. My name is Renata Collins. I'm here to speak about the matter today. I do see where this matter is still taking a little bit more. So I'm going to go from this perspective. When I consider what we just dealt with when Donald Trump said, hey, we're freezing all of the assets and things that we have for the federal government. And then I consider this case here, how we, the city of New Orleans, have our limited eligibility as a direct result of this case again. So my overall objective is to say, hey, how can we effectively move forward so that this here matter stop affecting the general population? Because who's fighting, the two who are fighting for this, they're not being affected. But we, the small people, are. So if we could put this here back into perspective so that everyone is considered, I think at that time we'll be doing a greater opportunity for everyone. Now, I know what you guys are, it's just a rabbit hole is all I'm saying. If we could get out of the rabbit hole, get out of the tunnel, and get into reality of who's all being affected, I think we'll do a whole lot better concerning this matter. And that's all I have to say at this time. Just hopefully we can consider everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I see other people writing cards. Anyone want to speak on any items on the consent agenda? Okay. All right.
Councilmember, I have a...
All my comments?
Yeah.
Okay. Go right ahead.
This first one is from Centra and Wayne Wilcox. They say we support item 24. This is calendar number 34971 by Councilmember King. Thank the council so very much for its support in recognizing the unique nature of Lower Coast Algiers. Thank you. And regarding 9824, we support this ordinance with the modification for Lower Coast Algiers. Fernando Escobar, I support zoning docket 8524 and thank the council for its support in recognizing the unique nature of Lower Coast Algiers. Janet Durancelet says, thank you for facilitating public participation in zoning matters, for listening patiently to your constituents' concerns, and for acting in furtherance of their health, safety, and welfare. As a novice in the political process, excuse me, I'm gratified that a community's hard work and perseverance in conjunction with our councilman's leadership can achieve such positive results. Sabrina Van Prevost says, thank the council for support and recognizing the unique nature of Lower Coast Algiers. Parveen Anand says, Lower Coast Algiers, no apartments. And Elizabeth LaRose says, I'm in favor of Councilman Freddie King's request to complete the change of District 13 zoning from commercial multifamily designations to rural residential estate, suburban single-family residential designations. Thank you. That's it for the online comment.
Thank you. With that, that concludes the consent agenda. I'll move to adopt. Second by Councilmember King. All in favor, say aye. 5 yeas, no nays. Adopted.
Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive a communication.
Okay.
So moved. Why is the motion to, okay. No,
Problems with the machine.
okay.
We need to suspend the rules to receive a communication.
I'll move. Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye. Aye. That is 6 yeas, no nays. Rules suspended.
And then we need to further suspend the rules to add it to the regular agenda.
I will move. Can I get a second? Second, Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye. Aye. That's 6 yeas, no nays. It is added to the agenda.
We have a communication from Anita Curran, 24, application of demo for 24-34086, demo DRSF2, 20 municipal address 2121 through 2123 South Robinson Street, Council District B. We'll go to regular agenda. We have a communication from Cynthia Davis, Department of Safety and Permits. This matter is being withdrawn.
So ordered. I know, you're so used to it. Reflex.
We have a legislative group and demo application of BJ Service Group, Inc. This will be continued to the meeting of 2/13, along with motion M2540 and M2541. We have legislative group and extension request of J. Nicole Weber Consultants, requesting an extension of time of an affordable housing plan development zoning docket 7519, ordinance number 28291, MCS pursuant to Article 4, Section 4.4.I2B of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance for property located at 4100 Royal Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any comment cards? What's the number on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Item number 4, sorry.
Just, nope. Don't have any comment cards? Okay. Thank you. I figured. All right. So we have some now, so we get some later. We'll read the cards as well. First up, Mr. Burnside, followed by George Mahdi.
My name is Michael Eric Burnside, and I live at 2215 Felicity, and I was told that this was going to be deferred, and I was told that it wasn't going to be spoken to. So I was given 2 minutes during the consent agenda when I put in 3 cards. I think a lot of the paperwork behind the ability of people to speak is somewhat disarrayed. In regards to the subject at hand, which is the 2100 Royal Street affordable housing development, the conditional use there has been for many years. And generally speaking, I'm against conditional uses that have infinite extensions. There has to be a reason given in public for extensions, and the reason has to be sufficiently weighty that the next time somebody comes up for yet another extension, they get asked a question like, what happened the last time we gave you an extension? So
So some of these things I'm against less because of certain specifics, like I'm against affordable housing or for affordable housing, as I am against Plaza Tower. Plaza Tower would be a fine thing if people were inside of it, but people have not been inside of it for 20 years. So how long are we going to extend these various conditional uses? This property needs to be put to use. A person could build a tiny house on it and only has one human being, but that's better than having it a vacant lot for 20 years. We have dreams that get deferred, and the deferral continues forever. So if the actual developers are here and they actually say that we're going to put in money within the next 12 months, and we already have these contracts that we're going to sign and people are going to be employed, then that's one thing. But if nobody's here and we're just giving people infinite time, I'm against it. Thank you.
Mr. Mahdi?
George Mahdi, Neighborhood Unity Emerge. We feel that this is just another example of how the white real estate interests have fostered racial regentrification, racial displacement, and the affordable housing shortage that has whitenized New Orleans and driven out the low-income and black residents out. This was accomplished in several ways. First, by downsizing the larger public housing units for single-family residents, increasing the profits of the real estate values of these properties, and by not providing job opportunities to the local black populations, raising the rents so that they would become unaffordable, and by displacing black residents either across the river or in New Orleans East. Since 2000, the Bywater neighborhood has gone from 61% black to 32% white, and has gone from 61% black and 32% white to 17% black and 72% white. And it's happening all over the city. Now, do you think that's progress? No, that's another form of Jim Crow all over again. So we want to say these things because these things are not being discussed. It's sort of like an invisible empire going on. And, you know, this is just unjust. This is another form of injustice. And you know, it shouldn't be tolerated. It shouldn't be happening at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Joe Brown, followed by Ms. Jenny Broom. Sorry if I mispronounced the last name. Mr. Joe Brown. Joseph Brown, not here. He's in opposition. Jenny. She's not here. Opposition, Ron Lazo. Support, John Sullivan. Okay. I'm sorry, just have everyone give their names if they're paid to be here, please.
Yeah, John Sullivan. I work for Enterprise Community Partners. 900 Camp Street. Speaking in support of the project, we hope the council will pass this extension. We definitely need the housing in New Orleans. Everyone knows that. The affordable housing industry as a whole needs this as well. We need these types of considerations from the council. It's been a hard 4+ years since the beginning of the COVID. I think we know a lot about the inflation that has happened since COVID, some of the disruption. It's really been hard on the construction industry, affordable housing industry, and I think that has accounted for a lot of the delays in this project, as well as other things. But you know, we need the support from the council. The housing industry as a whole needs the support. We've seen major cost increases across the board that have caused delays. So thank you for your consideration of those things.
You're welcome. Charles Nicholson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Charles Nicholson with the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance. We come to the council today to ask that you all consider the many positive impacts that will come from the development of 82 units at 100% affordability that will come from this project. And we also ask that you remember that not even 3 months ago, the city voted in favor of the establishment of the Housing Trust Fund, a mandate of 75% of the electorate, and that how you handle housing developments now will give an early impression of how residents will going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I said Charles Nicholson. Leo Marsh, followed by Willman, last name Willman.
Good morning, Leo Marsh, 622 Mandeville Street. I am here to speak in favor. I do not love extensions, but as you all know, we are desperate for housing, so I don't think that 1 year is going to make much difference. What I'm hearing from, I live in the Marinee, I do not live in the Bywater, but what I hear a lot from my neighbors is sheer NIMBY. They talk about the community that has developed underneath the park, and the attitude I'm getting is, oh, that's fine because we don't have to look at them. So, you know, we need to look at these people, we need to build houses for them. So thank you all for considering this. And my apologies to Mr. Burnside for taking the opposition.
Ms. Willman, Director. Willman.
Yes, sir. Good morning. I'm Marjorie-Anna Willman, the Executive Director at Hano, and I would like to request that the City Council and you, Council Member King, approve the extension request for this project. I've been working with the affordable housing developers for over 20 years now, and in the last several years, I have seen many roadblocks to affordable housing. It's not just specific to this project or even New Orleans for that matter. So the delays are of no fault of the developer. It is the marketplace. It is what is going on in the realm of affordable housing development. So we all know there's a need for affordable housing development. We want to see inclusive, accessible development, and I ask that you please consider this extension. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Blossom, followed by lastly will be Maxwell.
Good morning, and congratulations on the rapid pace y'all are at this morning. Monique Blossom, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, 1340 Poydras Street. Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center is a civil rights-based nonprofit based here in New Orleans and serving the entire state of Louisiana for 30 years. We work to end housing discrimination and segregation and enforce the Fair Housing Act of 1968. In 2006, Hano entered into a consent decree requiring them to build 100 units of affordable housing as a result of race and familial status discrimination after the destruction of the St. Thomas development. Almost 19 years later, not one unit has been built. I ask you, council members, today not to further impede Hano's ability to provide these units that are so desperately needed. And I sympathize that the timeline here is frustrating, but at Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, we are frustrated that it is taking 19 years to get one single unit of affordable housing. We'll get 82 of the 100 from this project. Any further or unnecessary delay only harms the people who were promised housing. This is unfinished business from Hurricane Katrina that needs to be settled now. Thank you.
Maxwell. I don't mean to just call you by your first name, but I didn't want to butcher the last name, Max.
I noticed that, council member. I appreciate it. Maxwell Chardulo, I was about to give my old work address, 3702 St. Claude. I live about 8 blocks away from this development. And I will just say that come here today asking you not to put developments like this through double jeopardy. This was already approved. It has been through more review, approval processes, and public comment than any development I've ever seen before in my life. It has been approved at every step of the way. And so to pull the rug out from now, after 7 years, millions of dollars of investment, really sends the wrong message both to anyone who wants to do business here in this city, but especially to housing developers and to your constituents who voted overwhelmingly to support more affordable housing in November. How are we going to tell them we're ever going to meet that need if we pull the rug out from developers after they've invested so much and done everything right, gone through all the hoops and got all the approvals? So I hope you'll move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last card, Ms. Weber.
Good morning, Council. Nicole Weber on behalf of Hanno and the developer iTex. Just want to address a couple of things. There's been a lot of doubt in terms of the time period that it took for us to get through all the processes post-City Council, and I just wanted to address that from the standpoint of not only did we have to go through a cultural survey, evaluation, 3 phases of archaeology, study, testing, and a dig, but we also had to go through the same processes double time. So once we went through the FEMA 106 review, and we had in November 2021, finally a memo of understanding, then we had to go back through the process in terms of an amendment that was required by LHC, which took a year. That puts us in the beginning of 2023. We had to rebid the project, discovered, obviously everyone knew construction costs had increased. We had to then reduce the number of units that were approved from 136 to 82, and in that process, that took another almost year. So we did not conclude until 2024 and got the final, I'm sorry, I'm out of breath because I ran in here. We got the final approval in, December 4th, 2024, so just a month ago, we got the final approval that we needed in order to move forward with the construction. And I want to point out that the CZO states, in addition to the 3 criteria that the council has to review an extension on good cause, is also a stipulation that no plan development can be acted on until it has received all federal, state, regional, and local approvals. And so that is the process we had to go, and that's why we're asking for the 1-year extension today, because we are set to start construction in August of this year. The financing closings are this year. The public bid process will start soon. We already have permit review underway, so we are almost to the finish line. Thank you.
Ms. Weber, I have a quick question. Ms. Weber, I have one question. You said a lot. Can you kind of boil it down and let us know why was what was the cause for the delay?
The cause for the delay was all the processes that we had to go through for the financing. Because the property is owned by Hanno, we had to go through that FEMA 106 review process and have all agencies weigh in on it, and that was one of the biggest parts. And part of that process is that cultural survey, is the archaeology, is all the other components that come with the financing that we needed through LHC and through city OCD.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Fiore, can you...
Councilmember, I have 16 online comments. I don't know if you want me to read them into the record or not.
Read them into the record, please. Thank you. So like I often do, always do, when there seems to be a hot topic, I go directly to the residents. We had a meeting on Monday. We received a lot of emails prior to. We had a meeting Monday at Starling St. Claude in the heart of the Bywater, where we heard directly from residents, mainly in Bywater, but few of the neighbors outside of Bywater. And just like I did a couple weeks ago when we denied the hotel in 500 Royal, we listened directly to the residents, and this would be no different. So as you can see, the survey that we did based on our online survey and all the emails, the emails that we received were 168 in support and 29 in opposition. Now that was citywide. If you narrow that down just to Bywater, there's 37 Bywater residents in support and 28 in opposition, Bywater residents and or business owners. So that's citywide 85% in support and 15% in opposition. In Bywater, it's 57% in support and 43% in opposition. Again, that's strictly the online, the emails we received, based off of the online survey that we opened up Monday and closed this morning, the citywide support is 76%, 124 respondents. The citywide opposition is 24% with 40 respondents. If you narrow that down just to Bywater, and again, this is the online survey that our office conducted, 67% in favor and 67% in favor and 33% in opposition. That's strictly from Bywater residents. So based off of the voices and concerns from the Bywater residents, I'm going to pause and have Councilmember Giarrusso speak at this time.
Well, Councilmember, this is what I want to say. I know I always appreciate your maps and the fact that you try and do what other people want. I've already voted twice to support this development, and I'm always concerned that we can't say things are dipped in amber and you can't change them forever and ever, right? Times change, things change, evidence changes. You have to have some flexibility. But at the same time, I worry about if you tell people you can relitigate things forever and ever, then that's exactly what they're going to do. And so I feel constrained by my earlier vote, and I've not listened to anybody here say anything today that offers anything different. And I think Ms. Weber outlined in detail that this process is a federal one. It's cumbersome. It's Hano property. It's going to be affordable housing anyway, and that these are always hard decisions. And I'm not ignoring the politics and the pragmatism and neighborhood concerns that go into them. But I think I want to lay down a marker by saying, number one, when we've litigated something and it's been heavily contested and we've decided, then unless there's some change in circumstance, I feel compelled to stick where we are. And number two, I know you work really hard on trying to make the right decision and that you've inherited this. So that's not easy either, because you weren't there for those votes during the last time. And I know that becomes an even harder situation because you didn't have the opportunity to do that. So whatever decision you make today, I appreciate, but I just wanted to say on the record kind of where I was, mostly because this is how I voted in the past. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. And you brought something back to my memory. I didn't write down that this was already approved by the previous council with 2 members on this council who voted in favor of it. And I just want to say this. I heard that record from the Bywater residents who both oppose and support this. And I don't believe it was racially motivated. I don't believe it was a NIMBY. I do appreciate, like you said, Councilmember Giarrusso, neighbors wanting to have a voice in how their neighborhood looks. I definitely understand that. So that is not lost on me. And hopefully in the future, when we talk about developments, we can take into the neighbors' consideration as far as the density and the size and the scope of the project. I think that's where, at least from what I heard, that record from the neighbors, that's where a lot of the concern came in from, the density, the scope, the size of the project as a whole. Are there any other comments on the dais? None. At this time, make a motion to approve. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Giarrusso. All in favor? Aye. 5 ayes, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 14, we have item number 5, zoning docket 9324 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. At the bottom of the page, item 6, legislative grouping, zoning docket 9424, 919 Julia Street, LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a hotel in the CBD 5 Urban Core neighborhood, low intensity mixed-use district, and to permit a curb cut along Julia Street in the model pedestrian corridor on the square 257, lot 6 and lot 7 in Port 41. First Municipal District, bounded by Julia Street, Barone Street, Gerard Street, and O'Keefe Avenue. Municipal address, 923 Julia Street. The recommendation of CPC being for approval, subject to 6 provisos. We have motion M2534 by Councilmember Harris, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 9424, subject to 6 provisos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. CPC, will you brief us on your report?
Yeah, very quickly, this is a construction for this is a proposal, I should say, for a new construction suite-style hotel in the CBD, CBD5, where such hotels are conditional uses. This council recently adopted approval standards for hotels in CBD5, and they include the questions: is it displacing residential units? This is not. It is displacing a parking lot. And is it developing a parking lot? And yes, this is developing a parking lot. So those are two marks in favor of it. No opposition expressed during the Planning Commission's public hearing. So this is here with an approval recommendation.
Perfect, thank you. I have one comment card from Kenneth Gowan. And Kenneth, you're winning, so keep your comments brief.
Sure. We're just here to answer questions today, Councilwoman, so if we can be of any assistance, let us know.
I don't think so. I'll move to adopt. I need a second. All in favor? Oh. 4 votes. You're approved. Do we need one more? Oh. Sorry, Adam. Jerusa's an aye. 5 votes. Motion passes. Thank you.
At the top of page 15, item 7, legislative group and zoning docket 9524 and accompanying motion 2542 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. On page 16, item number 8, we have zoning docket 9624 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. At the top of page 17, item 9, zoning docket 9724 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/19. At the top of page 18, item number 11, legislative group and zoning docket 9924, 843 Camp Street Development, LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a hotel in the CBD 5 Urban Core Neighborhood Lower Intensity Mixed Use District on Square 181, lots D and E in the 1st Municipal District, bounded by Camp Street, Julius Street, St. Charles Avenue, and St. Joseph Street. Municipal address 843 Camp Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval, subject to 3 provisos. We have motion M2535 by Councilmember Harris, approving the request for zoning docket 9924, subject to 3 provisos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. CPC, will you provide
Similar
your report?
comments to the last one. This meets the approval standards for hotels in CBD5. No opposition expressed at the Planning Commission's public hearing, so approval recommendation.
Thank you, Stephen. I have a couple comment cards. Rebecca Geiger, followed by Michael Burnside. We're on 11. This is for 12. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. I'm just here to answer any questions, so.
Great, thank you. This motion would approve the hotel at the site of the former Ozanam Inn. Previously, the plans had a large parking garage that the neighbors felt overtook the project. This new design will get a historic building back into commerce while meeting the needs of the immediate neighbors. So I am voting to adopt. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember King. All in favor? I need one more vote. Do we have 5? All right, we're good to go. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 12, legislative grouping, we have zoning docket 124, 2500 Louisiana, LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit established multifamily dwellings in the HURD2 Historic Urban Two-Family Residential District on Square 556, lots 11 and 12, at the rear portions of lots 13 and 14 in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by LaSalle Street, Louisiana Avenue, South Liberty Street, and Delachase Street. Municipal address 3418 through 3434 LaSalle Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval, subject to 4 provisos. We have motion M2536 by Councilmember Harris, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 124, subject to 4 provisos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you brief us on the report?
Sure. So this affects 5 doubles on one site containing multiple lots. However, on LaSalle Street, some of them have lost their non-conforming status due to extended vacancy.
The only way to restore them to use, given that some are located to the rear of the property, is to put them on one lot. This in turn requires conditional use approval because you would have multiple buildings and multiple units on one lot in a single and two-family residential district. This accomplishes the policy goal of returning historic buildings to commerce, and so the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside.
I disagree with the City Planning Commission. It's not the only way for these two existing buildings in the rear of the property to be accessed. There is sandboard maps that clearly show the existence of Howard Walk. Howard Walk was the access to these two buildings in the previous time. Google searches shows Howard Walks 1, Howard Walks 2, and Howard Walks 4 if you look for genealogical records. So the idea that this is the only way to legally access buildings that already exist and already had legal access is not true, and I do not agree with it. Furthermore, there was an MPP for addresses 3426A, 3426B, and 3426C, which, if were true, would access those two historical buildings directly to LaSalle Street without being part of a compound that is converting doubles into singles and has off-street parking in what used to be a building lot. I am not in favor of this gentrification, and I'm not in favor of creating a small English turn on LaSalle Street. We are getting rid of affordable housing, and we are allowing rich people not only off-street parking, but twice the size of housing that affordable housing people would have to live in. And legal access did exist, can be reestablished, and the singular nature of the project is not, I believe, helpful to this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Any online comments? All right, I move to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor? 5 votes. Thank you.
At the top of page 19, we have item 13, Legislative Group and Zoning Docket 10124, KCT St. Thomas LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a neighborhood commercial establishment in the HURD2 Historic Urban Two-Family Residential District on Square 56, Lot F, or portions of Lots 18 and 19 in the 4 municipal district bounded by 8th Street, St. Thomas Street, Chippewa Street, and 7th Street. Municipal address 601, 605 8th Street, in 3031 through 3033 Chippewa Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval subject to 3 provisos. We have motion M2537 by Councilmember Harris approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 10124 subject to 3 provisos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you brief us on your report?
Sure. This will restore a commercial space at this building on Chippewa, historically commercial, lost that non-conforming status due to years of vacancy. This brings it back into commerce. A previous version of this application was approved in 22, but timed out due to a lapse in administrative processes, so this restores an approval the council had previously granted.
Thank you. Any online comments? I'll move to adopt. Okay. All right, Mr. Burnside, followed by Ron Lazel.
All right, Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So I read this, and I believe my reading of this particular staff report indicates that the commercial space will be expanded significantly. The building historically was a mix of commercial space and residential space, and my reading of the preliminary staff report no longer requires the residential. The residential is going to be collapsed into the commercial space, and the commercial space is going to expand to twice its previous size. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Lazel? I saw him earlier. He's in support. All right. I've moved, seconded, approved. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 14, Legislative Group and Zoning Docket 10224, 2712 Adnia LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit an indoor amusement facility in the CBD 5 Urban Core Neighborhood Low Intensity Mixed Use District on Square 235, lots 25 and 26, or a parcel designated as Lot 25 or a part of Lot 26, and a parcel designated as part of Lot 26, the First Municipal District bounded by Baron Street, Carondelet Street, St. Joseph Street, Julius Street, and St. Charles Avenue, municipal address 840 Baron Street. The recommendation of CPC being for approval subject to two provisos. We have motion M2538 by Councilmember Harris, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 10224, subject to two provisos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you brief us on your report?
Sure. So this is a proposal to use a commercial building on Brown in the CBD as an escape room, which is classified as an indoor amusement facility. It's totally appropriate use of a commercial building in the central business district. No opposition expressed to the Planning Commission, so the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Great, thank you. I have one comment card from Rhett Newton.
Yes, hi, I'm Rhett Newton, 6911 Memphis Street, also owner of 840 Barone, which is applying for the conditional use, and employee of Klukeray, which is the tenant to run the escape room. I just want to thank CBC for their thorough report and working with us on this. Currently, our building that we're operating in Zoning District 1 is being sold to somebody else to develop, so we have to move our operation, and we found this building and think it'll work. So if anybody has any questions, I can answer them. Otherwise, we appreciate your support.
Thank you. I've moved. Councilmember King has seconded. 5 yeas. Thank you. I know, right?
At the top of page 20, we have item 15, legislative group and zoning docket 10324, Lance Fair Minor, LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a principal bed and breakfast over in an outdoor live entertainment secondary use in conjunction with a reception facility in an MU1 medium intense mixed use district on square 2 lots 4A St. Clair Garden in the 5th Municipal District, bounded by Patterson Drive, General Collins Road, Richland Road, and Syracuse Road. Municipal address 3819 Patterson Drive. The recommendation of CPC being for approval, subject to 7 provisos. We have motion M2550 by Councilmember King, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 10324, subject to 7 provisos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a comment call from Mr. Snodgrass.
Joel Snodgrass, I reside at 323 Pelican Avenue. I represent Laissez-Faire Manor as an owner along with my wife Lindsay. We're just here to answer any questions and want to thank y'all for the recommendations and for approval.
I have a couple of questions, Mr. Snodgrass. This is just you and your wife. You are the sole owners, basically, you and your wife. It's not
Yes, sir.
Not a large conglomerate, just husband and wife trying to make it in the city.
Yes, sir.
And I understand if there's any further delays, then it'll drastically impact your ability to make a living and to maintain and keep this property.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, I want to read this. We're going to approve this. I want to get this out for the record. This property has been vacant since Katrina. I've met with you and your wife on the property, did a tour of it. You all invested your life savings into the adaptive reuse of this project, redevelopment of the site as a bed and breakfast and a wedding venue. This project enjoys strong support from the neighbors who look forward to seeing this property reactivated. And I will say, in the beginning, some of the neighbors were a bit apprehensive about the project. They heard bed and breakfast, they were kind of nervous, but after the NPP meeting, you all won the overwhelming majority of them over, and they all, a lot of people say, you know what, we support this project. Even saw our next door neighbor that people supported. So you win people on next door neighbor doing something right. So with that, I move to adopt.
Thank you, sir.
Second by Councilmember Jeruso. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you. Good luck in the project.
At the bottom of page 20, we have item 16, zoning docket 10424 has been deferred to the meeting of 213. Item 17, zoning docket 10524 has been deferred to the meeting of 213. At the top of page 21, item number 18, street name change 124 has been deferred to the meeting of 213. Item number, at the top of page 22,
Yeah, I'm
at
ready.
the bottom of
Yeah,
page
thank you.
21, item 19, legislative grouping, Design Review Number 5224, Missy Quigley, requesting a change in a non-conforming use of an industrial facility for manufacturing and storage of fences and related material to an industrial facility for the repair and replacement of wood windows and doors for the property located at 911 Joliet Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval. We have motion M2545 by Councilmember Jeruso granting the applicant's request for DR 5224.
All right, Mr. Kroll.
This is a two-story property on Joliet Street in the River Bend that has a ground floor industrial space used for, historically used for industrial purposes. A new tenant is coming in, Nola Wood Windows. Because of the non-conforming status of the building, to allow that change of use, council approval is required. In the Planning Commission's view, this is essentially a similar operation to what has existed there in the past, low impact, and therefore the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you. Ms. Quigley, do you have anything? I don't have a card, but I see you here. Yeah, I believe you.
Thank you, Stephen, for your report. This is a really awesome business. It's a woman small-owned business, and they are repairing windows and doors to HDLC and VCC regulations. And we needed this in order to get the occupational license, and then she's going to register with the DBE with the city. So we thank you for your support on this.
I don't really have much to add to Mr. Kroll's summation, so I would move for approval. May I have a second, please? Second by Councilmember Moreno. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 22, we have item 20, legislative grouping, NSTR special exception 17123, James L. Bard, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 619 Franklin Avenue on Square 147. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M2555 by Councilmember King, granting the request of James L. Bard for property located on Square 147, Bear Municipal Address 619 Franklin Avenue, withdrawing motion M2554.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This STR received 3 MPP cards of support, 3 emails, and staff report. We have a speaker, Mr. James Bard, who is in support as well. At this time, make a motion to approve. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Green.
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 23, item 21, legislative grouping, NSTR special exception 17223, Robert Renaud, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 924 Mall Street on Square 463. The CPC staff recommended denial. We have motion M2533 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the request of Robert Renaud for property located on Square 463, Bear Municipal Address 924 Mall Street.
All right, so I am going to reverse on this one because the CPC report says there isn't enough parking. There is actually a driveway that can fit 3 vehicles. So if you just flip that criteria, then you go from 3 to 4. We also have letters in support from 7 adjacent and nearby neighbors. There was a violation of the property as a result of a mislisting by Airbnb. That was immediately remediated, and because that's such a minor issue, and if the criteria were properly considered, it would be for an approved. I'm going to overturn CPC's recommendation for M2533. Second by Councilmember Harris. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 22, NSTR special exception 17323 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. At the top of 24, we have item 23, legislative group in NSTR special exception 17423, Bruce Pittman, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 2229 South Moret Street on Square 817. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M2532 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the request of Bruce Pittman for property located on Square 817, Bear Municipal Address 2229 South Moret Street.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember King. Need 2 more. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of page 17, item 10, legislative group, and we have zoning docket 9824, city council motion M24-479, requesting an amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amended Article 13, suburban neighborhood residential district to allow large-scale principal solar energy systems as a use in an SRS suburban single-family residential district, as well as any other appropriate districts in the Article 13 or any other article of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. In considering the amendment, the City Planning Commission should also consider whether amendments to Article 20, Section 20.3.DDD, use for standards for solar energy systems, are required to ensure consistency in a holistic regulatory framework. The proposed text amendment would affect regulations that are applied to the suburban residential zoning district. We are on motion line over 2510 by Council Members Moreno and Thomas, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 9824, and there's also an amendment to motion M2510 by Council Member Moreno, amending to modify approval to the CPC's recommendation to make large-scale principal solar energy systems a conditional use in the SRS District East of the Intercoastal Waterway on the west bank of the city. On page 1, in the first paragraph, beginning with being moved, delete the period after the word approved and add the following, and modified as follows. 1, to the table 13-1, permitted or conditional uses, appearing on page 14 of the Commission's report in the cell for solar energy system large-scale uses in an SRS district as C6 and 2. Immediately following the table 13-1, permitted on the conditional use, appearing on page 14 of the Commission's report, add the following text. Table 13-1 footnotes. This use is conditional in all SRS districts in the area east of the Intercoastal Waterway on the west bank of the city and is permitted in all other SRS districts of the city.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know that was a mouthful. First, I want to thank all the different council offices for working in partnership with my office to get community solar moving in the right direction. And what we're doing today is part of, thank you so much. This is part of permitting large-scale solar systems as a use in residential districts, except for the areas just mentioned in the amendment. In these particular areas, it would be by conditional use. So let me start with the approval of the amendment. I'll make a motion to adopt the amendment. If I can get a second. Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. All in favor?
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays. So as we move forward with this, I just want to mention that community solar, that the goal is to create a pathway to ensure that residents and renters benefit from solar, even if they can't afford to install panels on their own. So what happens is we have different groups come in, install solar panels, and then that benefits an entire community, including a great project that we have here with the Sisters of the Holy Family, which is a $12 million investment that we're so excited about, coming into 22 acres of land owned by the sisters. So with that, let me take some public comment. We've got Lee DuPont, and that's going to be followed by Ron Laisel, and followed by Natalie Jordy.
Lee DuPont, 12805 River Road, New Orleans, representing the Lower Coast Algiers Association. Unfortunately, the bus had to leave with most of my supporters, but we want to support this ordinance. We think the community solar is a great thing, and we want to thank the council for recognizing the unique character and requirements of Lower Coast Algiers, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
I appreciate you working with us. Thank you so much. Ron Laisel? I think Ron's gone. I don't see him. And Natalie Jordy?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Natalie Jordy, and I'm working with Together New Orleans to build a 5-megawatt community solar project on 22 acres of land owned by the Sisters of the Holy Family in New Orleans East. My colleague, Sister Alicia, is sitting here. Just to remind folks, community solar is a medium-sized solar farm that allows multiple customers to subscribe. So unlike rooftop solar, which you have to own your home to install, community solar is open to anyone in Orleans Parish, including renters, with no upfront cost. So once you sign up, you get credit on your energy bill for the value of the solar that your subscription produced. The project on the Sisters' land will reduce the electric bills of 750 families by at least 20% for at least 20 years. The council has done a terrific job over the past few years working with community organizations, with Entergy, and with developers to stand up the beginnings of a robust community solar ecosystem. And the good news is that projects like ours are actually starting to get built. The proposed amendment enables the intent and the reality of community solar to match up in the zoning code. Under the existing zoning code, solar projects bigger than 5 acres are only allowed as an accessory use on parcels, meaning that you have to have a building on the parcel that the solar is also going to be on. So either you have to find land with a building on it, or build a building that has no purpose other than to comply with the zoning. This amendment, which the City Planning Commission supports, and we appreciate their help also on this, fixes this problem. Due to setback and landscaping requirements, our project will have no negative impacts on neighbors. Once built, it is totally passive, it makes no noise, it generates no pollution, it offers the sisters an income stream that helps them maintain their property, and it will lower the electric bills of 750 families by 20% for at least 20 years. We appreciate you voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. I've moved, and it's been seconded. I didn't catch, the second is Councilmember Harris.
Councilmember, there were some online comments.
Oh,
They
sorry,
were,
go ahead.
These
How many do you have?
There's 6. These are
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. DuPont's friends from Lower Coast.
Okay, great, sounds good.
The first one is from Dean Sutherland. He says, I support this ordinance with the modification for Lower Coast Algiers, and thank the council for recognizing the unique nature of Lower Coast Algiers. Janet Durancelet says, as a resident of Lower Coast Algiers, which could be significantly impacted by a change to the CCO to allow large-scale solar energy systems as a use in SRS districts, I enthusiastically support the amendment to make the change conditional use in District 13. Location is a significant issue, and neighbors should be given a voice in whether such projects would negatively impact them. And then Linda Fellow and Sabrina Bent and Savannah Gray all say, I support this ordinance with the modification for Lower Coast Algiers, and thank the council for recognizing the unique nature of Lower Coast Algiers. That's it.
Councilmember Green, you had a comment?
I do want to thank the Sisters of the Holy Family for allowing their land, very valuable land, to be used in a way that is going to generate certainly income that is going to help them to continue their commitment to educating, especially young women and young men also in our city. It's also just important to recognize that the Sisters of the Holy Family, just like the Sisters of St. Joseph, have donated, in some respects, very, very important parcels that in my district is resulting in a very, very environmentally sensitive project, as is this one. So just in general, prior to our vote, I want to thank the Sisters of the Holy Family for going out of your way, involving this city council and involving our citizens in a project that in the long run is something that we'd like to see more throughout our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Alicia, for being with us today. All right, all in favor, please vote. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of page 11, item number 2, City Code Section 2-551, vendor payment accounting hearing. Finance Department and Procuring Departments presenting on report of outstanding vendor invoices and wire invoices have not been paid within the requisite 30 days.
Thank you. I don't see, there you are, that's who I was looking for. All right, Frida's here. I'll just get started in order. I know you sent an email while we've been here. Is there anything you want to update us on?
Say that again.
You sent an email
Yes.
about this. I just wanted to see if there's an update we needed before we started.
The only update is that for this month, December, it is a larger month because we're at the end of the year, and a lot of our departments were over budget, right?
Yep,
So
okay.
they had to make sure that they had the essential funds added to their contracts and their purchase orders
Okay.
to make sure that we paid our vendors.
Okay, great. All right, is Kim LaGrue here?
Yes.
All right, you're up first. And just so everybody knows, just the order: Kim, then Law, then Code Enforcement, Safety and Permits, Health, Youth Study, Civil Service, NORD, Independent Police Monitor, Clerk. Hey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The invoice and the item listed for ITI was a vendor discrepancy. We received products and services related to the build-out at the DXC building for NOPD, a series of Cisco networking products. The invoice did not match the quote that we received in the PO amount. The vendor is researching the discrepancy. The discrepancy is $70 on that invoice. So until we get a corrected invoice with the amount that matches the PO or a way to make that change, we haven't been able to pay it.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate Frida being hard-nosed even on $70. So
We appreciate that too.
yeah, in a $1.8 billion budget, let it not be lost. So thank you very much, Kim.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Law Department. I knew Andrew was here.
Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah. I'll just come back to him. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
well, no, I can go ahead and
Okay,
speak to
please,
this one.
absolutely.
So for this invoice, they needed to add additional money to the contract, and
Okay.
they added it. But what happened is that the invoices had already been uploaded by the vendor on line 1, and Andrew added the additional budget on line 2. So it was a mismatch.
Yep.
I worked through that today, so we got the invoices canceled off of line 1, and we're uploading them in line 2, and they'll be in the next check run.
Great. And that's next week, Frida?
That's next week on Tuesday.
Thank
Yes.
you so much. And just to emphasize that point, even though City Hall is physically closed next Tuesday, there will be check runs next
We will be doing check runs, and this is a great plug right now. We will be able to do check runs for all vendors who have ACH added to their vendor profile within the supplier portal. So that is a much easier way for us to make sure that you get your funds directly from the City of New Orleans directly to your bank account.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, code enforcement.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
So we had one invoice that needed to be added to the totals on a PO for Kyocera, that's for our digital service of our printers. It was just an error that I did not send over the change order form to the buyer. He was out of town, so we were sending it to our purchasing team. We just due to my negligence, I have gone ahead and submitted it. Won't happen again.
Yep. Look, things happen, and I mean, as I've said a million times, this isn't meant to be punitive. It's learning for all of us. So I appreciate your being here.
Yes, sir.
Anytime. Thank you.
Thank
As Ms. Jackson comes up, Mr. Gregorian, we covered you. You're all good. So Frida got you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is the Kyocera error, the vendor error, where it's citywide, and so we paid somebody else's bill. So when it got time for us to pay our bills, the funds that we had budgeted were depleted.
Okay. All right.
So
and don't
we're
take-
going to get it resolved. I think one of them is, and we're just waiting on December. I have my ACH fee.
Okay, perfect.
And
All right.
safety and permits will be working remote next week.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Health Department.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Johnson. I'm the Fiscal Director for the Health Department. The Health Department had a few invoices that had duplicates and had to be corrected. A lot of them have already been released, so they'll be paid. I don't know if it's going to be, they'll be paid on Tuesday. So that's what most of this is, some duplicates from Dentex.
Great. All right. Thank you so much for getting this
You're welcome.
rectified. All right. Youth Study Residential Life. Hey, Gabe.
Good afternoon. We have just one invoice. The issue was there was a mismatch between the invoice that was submitted and the original quote, and we just found out that yesterday, so we have to submit a change order to reduce our total PO amount, but this will be wrapped up within a day.
Okay. And then it could go in the check run for Tuesday. Awesome. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Civil Service. Thank you, Mr. Pagnier.
Good afternoon, council members. My apologies. This is for our monthly invoice for Westlaw that our executive council uses. Our purchase order was about $100 short for the year due to a price increase. We didn't realize it, and so we've requested the purchase order increase to cover it, so it should be paid within the next 2 weeks.
Frida, $170, man. You're holding people's feet to the fire. All right.
It's not 30, right?
Yeah, we can
All money due, all money.
We got it.
Just big money.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, Amy.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Frida.
All right, Nord, Independent Police Monitor, Clark, and we'll be done.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pat Sullivan, Management Services Director. In our sheet, you see we have two payments that we did recently receive on. That is the Pinnacle Security and the Cintas for $909 and $30 respectively. We do have some of these items that we are working on. We have a top invoice is in approved status, and we're trying to work with accounting to see why is it in approved status, but it's still in released. We do have the Chem Aquas. We're working on canceling an invoice number. They added an A in the invoice number, and the A shouldn't be there, so we're trying to get a new invoice. Chem Aquas also has a PO that needs additional funds in it, and we're probably going to pay that in 2025 because we can't use 2024 funds. Chem Aqua supplies chemicals to keep our building air conditioned and boilers safe and secure. The Cintas down at the bottom, we have a service PO that does not require a receiver, but the system thinks it needs a receiver. And the very, very bottom item, Cintas is trying to upload an invoice to a 2023 purchase order. We need to get those guys on the right purchase order and get those guys into the future. We sent an email to them and we said, hey, you guys are putting this invoice to the incorrect PO, and they did it again. So hopefully we're going to get those guys on the right purchase order.
Yeah, that's not on you. And also thank you for being mindful of you can't use the 2023 purchase.
So it's a mixed bag of a cornucopia of little issues.
As things usually go in life. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Independent Police Monitor.
So for them, I worked with them.
Okay.
They are going to get this resolved, and it'll be resolved next week.
Okay, so they'll be this check on Tuesday, the following one?
Yes, same thing. And then we do not have clerk pre-court because they are qualifying today.
Okay.
So they did email us and let us know.
That makes perfect sense.
Both of theirs were over budget, so they're fixing the POs, and we'll have that rectified next week as well.
Awesome. Rita, thank you, as always, to you and Remy for staying on top of them.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
At the bottom of page 38, we have item 55, motion M2546 by Councilmember Harris, designating the intersection of Louisiana Avenue and Baron Street as Walter L. Cohen Green Hornets Way, pursuant to section 146-762 of the Code of the City of New Orleans.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know we have some representatives of Cohen here, but I just want to talk about the history of the school and its namesake. Walter Lewis Cohen was born a free man of color in New Orleans in 1860. He gained notoriety for his life's work in state and federal politics. His rise in political rank occurred during a time in which it was unheard of for a man of his color and background to do so. He was famously quoted as saying, "My father was a Jew, my mother a Negro, and I'm a Catholic. I'm everything the Ku Klux Klan abominates." However, despite these barriers and bigotry, Walter Cohen cemented his place in history as an active member in Reconstruction-era politics. He later went on to be appointed to the Office of Customs Inspector by President McKinley, the position of Registrar of the U.S. Land Office by President Theodore Roosevelt, and of the Comptroller of Customs by President Harding. Walter L. Cohen High School was named in the spirit of him, and it was opened in Uptown New Orleans in 1949 despite substantial resistance from the white residents of the time, and it was the 5th public high school for black students in New Orleans. This year marks the 75th anniversary of Walter L. Cohen High School, and the honorary intersection of W.L. Cohen Hornets Way will serve to commemorate the memory of Walter L. Cohen and the legacy and positive impact carried on by the students, faculty, and administration of the school in New Orleans' uptown community. On a personal note, I pass the school every single day, and it just is a beautiful, beautiful reconstructed building. I'm so happy that the Green Hornets are still there. I was there for the commemoration of Supreme Court Justice Burnett Johnson, and so many other famous people have come out of the school, so many people who support the city of New Orleans. And I just want to thank you for sitting through the city council meeting and for being here today. And I'm so happy I was able to move you up. So I do have some comment cards. The first from Ms. Frazier, followed by Ernette Sterling, followed by Earl Lindsay. You're going to pass, but you are in favor of it. Ms. Sterling? Pass, but in favor. Earl Lindsay? You're in favor. Anybody opposed? All right, good. Well, I will move, Councilmember Green.
Yes, I'd like to thank you for doing this, but I want to tell you my connection to Walter L. Cohen. My mother was one of the first black students to finish from LSU in their School of Library Sciences. And she was treated terribly.
Yep.
She never wanted to go back to LSU, and actually didn't until she passed away. It was that bad in the 1940s. But one place that she found refuge was in the first job that she ever held, and that was at Walter L. Cohen School in the library. So it's on this, yes, thank you very much. So it's on this day, I'm just pleased that you are doing what you're doing today, but I don't talk about it too much in terms of my connection to Walter L. Cohen, but I'm a green, and I'm a strong green-hearted. Thank you all very much for what you do.
So I'm going to move to adopt that Councilmember Green's going to second. Jerusalem for a second. Councilmember Green is going to second.
I'll second officially.
All right, officially second. All in favor? Aye, and we will get your signs up as soon as possible. Congratulations, and thank you so much for being here today.
Executive session.
Yep,
We need
we're
to
gonna
vote
do-
to,
I will move we go into executive session. Second by Council Vice President. Please vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. 6 yeas, no nays, we're in executive session. I move that the council come out of executive session. Can I get a second? Second. Second by Councilman Drews. All in favor, say aye. Aye. 5 yeas, no nays. We are out of executive session.
At the bottom of page 24, item 24, we have NSCR special exception 17523 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. At the top of page 25, item 25, legislative grouping, NSTR special exception 17623, Christopher S. Clark, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 2229 Dauphine Street on Square 260. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M2553 by Councilmember King, granting the request of Christopher S. Clark for property located on Square 260, Barron Municipal Address 2229 Dauphine Street, withdrawing motion M2552.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to approve. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor? Aye. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion is approved. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 26, NSCR special exception 1524 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. At the top of page 26, item 27, NSCR special exception 1824 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. We have item 28, legislative grouping, NSCR special exception number 2024, Kelvin Hodges, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1918 Conti Street on Square 243. The CPC staff recommended denial. We have motion M2547 by Councilmember Harris, granting the request of Kelvin Hodges for property located on 243, Barron Municipal Address 1918 Conti Street.
Hi. Yes, Conti. Hold on for 1 second. This motion would approve the NSTR request at 1918 Conti Street. My office independently reviewed the report and felt criteria 3 and 5 can be met despite CPC's analysis. The applicant lives walking distance from Bienville and the Greenway, and the unit should not represent a major parking issues. All applicants were required to submit neighborhood support to ensure nearby residents don't have quality of life concerns, and we did receive that good response. Any public comment? Move to adopt, seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. 6 yeas, thank you.
At the top of page 27, item number 29, NSCR special exception number 2224, Leno Knox III, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1616 Paul Murphy Street on Square 1516. The CPC staff recommended denial, and we have a motion under suspension. We need a vote to
I move to suspend the rules to introduce the motion which approves the applicant's request. May I get a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember King. Members, please vote your machines. This is on item number 29. No machines?
We need to further suspend the rules to add this motion to the agenda.
So moved. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso to add this item to the agenda.
Then let me read it into record. We have motion M2560 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of Leno Knox III for property located on Square 1516, Barron Municipal Address 1616 Paul Murphy Street.
Members, this is simply, and the public, this is simply a double. The applicant wants to short-term rent one side of the property. 4 of the 6 review standards that the City Planning Commission uses for review and thus recommended approval. I agree with the City Planning Commission's finding and move for approval of the motion. Can I get a second? Oh, all right, it's already voted. All right, that's fine. I think we voted on the previous thing, but everything is good. That motion is moved and approved by a 6-0 vote.
In the middle of the page, item 30, legislative grouping, NSTR special exception 2324, Florence Sika, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 4322 Ferret Street on Square 585. The CPC staff recommended denial. We have motion M2539 by Councilmember Harris, granting a request of Florence for the property located on Square 585, Bear Municipal Address 4322 Ferret Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve the NSTR request at 4322 Ferret Street. My office independently reviewed the CPC report and felt that several criteria can be met. The applicant lives within walking distance from a commercial corridor, Ferret, just 1 block from Napoleon Avenue. Also, the unit should not represent a major parking issue, as half the neighbors on the block have access to off-street parking. All applicants are required to submit neighborhood support to ensure nearby residents don't have quality of life concerns, and we received that support. Are there any public comments? I move. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. 5 yeas. Thank you. 6 yeas.
We have item number 31, NSTR Special Exception 2424 on Norris Sisley, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 2301 Governor Nichols Street on Square 291. The CPC staff recommended approval. We need to suspend the rules to receive the motion under suspension.
So moved. It's been seconded. Members, please vote your machines. This suspends the rules, and now we have to move again to add the item to the agenda. I move. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember King. So at this time, members, all
May
in
read it
favor?
into the record real quick.
Right.
We have motion M2559 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of Honora Sisley for property located on Square 291, Bear Municipal Address 2301 Governor Nichols Street.
For members in the public, this property is another double. The applicant wants to rent one side of the property under short-term rental and met 4 of the 6 review criteria that the City Planning Commission uses. So I agree with the City Planning Commission's findings and move for approval of the motions. Members, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you, and the measure passes.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,277 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. At the top of page 28, item 33, legislative grouping, calendar number 34,385 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13, along with motion line over M23-426 and motion line over M23-427. At the top of page 29, item 34, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,707 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. Ordinance calendar number 34,708 and the amendment to 708 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. At the top of page 30, item 35, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,869, along with amendment and substitute amendment, has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. At the top of page 31, item 36, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,935, along with amendment, has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. At the top of page 32, we have item 37, ordinance calendar number 34,872, amendment to 872, ordinance calendar number 34,873, and amendment to 873 has been deferred to the meeting of 2/13. At the top of page 33, we have ordinance calendar number 34,957 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of the development of a non-congregant shelter in the City of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. These ordinances regarding a CEA and lease are to authorize the development of a non-congregate shelter on city-owned property on Tulane Avenue. A non-congregate shelter is a homeless shelter with separate apartments rather than a large open space. Over $8 million in home ARP funds have been allocated for the development of the project by OCD. This is a redevelopment framework property development with specific regulations and timelines for solicitation, development, review, and sublease issuance. This project is a win for the City of New Orleans and will provide much-needed housing for some of the city's most vulnerable population. I do have some comment cards. The first from Mr. Burnside.
Hi, Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So the CEA here is about $800K to Nora to be the person who does all the hard work figuring out how to find not just a developer but an operator, because the developer is going to have to be the operator and the operator is going to have to be the development. And it is true, as said to us by our council person, that $8 million has been set aside to do the actual physical construction of this non-congregate shelter. What's not part of the CEA, and what I don't know, is how many units are actually going to be generated by the $8 million. So if the example is the Louisiana Firehouse, where we spent $8 million and got plus or minus 8 affordable housing units, I would suggest that I'm not in favor of this. On the other hand, if we spend $8 million and get, say, 100, then that would be a really good deal at $80K each. So I don't know whether I'm for it or against it, because I don't know how many units we're going to be asking for or expecting or anything else. But I'm not in favor of 99-year leases. I was not in favor of them when we had them for our yacht harbor, and I'm not in favor of them here. But that's my personal take on that. I do obviously hope that the homeless have a place to live other than where they currently live. It would be good for them to be treated humanely and civil. I'm not sure how much they're benefiting and how much other people are benefiting. I don't know what the profit margin of our developers are. Entergy's held to 10%. I think some of these CEAs should limit the developers' profit margin to maybe 10% as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I have 2 more comment cards. Crone Christophe, followed by Anita Banks. Are either of those people here? All right, they're both in favor. I move to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Is that her? I think that's on the front row with red glasses.
Are you commenting on this issue? Did you fill out a card?
I did.
Okay, go ahead and comment.
Sure. I'm just wanted to thank you for your leadership on this important project. My name is Rochelle Julik. I am the Director of Strategic Property Initiatives for the Mayor's Office of Community Assets and Investment. And I just wanted to thank you for your work on this. And we are very excited to see a homeless shelter coming together to support New Orleans' most vulnerable citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, and it passed.
Item 39, we have ordinance council number 34,958 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to execute a lease with the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority for property located at 2932 through 2934 Tulane Avenue, 2928 through 2930 Tulane Avenue, 2924 Tulane Avenue, 2922 Tulane Avenue, 2918 Tulane Avenue, 2914 Tulane Avenue, 2908 through 2910 Tulane Avenue, 618 South Gayoso Street, 623 South Dupree Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. Wherein said property will be leased for a period of 99 years and the rent to be derived by establishing the fair market value of the property, which will be provided to the city in an equal or greater value through the development of affordable housing, redevelopment of the city of New Orleans, city-owned property, and economic development, collectively to public benefit, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is the lease that goes along with the prior item. I move. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. 6 yeas. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 41, we have ordinance calendar number 34,968 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the recycling partnership for a term of 2 years for the public purpose of improving recycling and community engagements as part of the city of New Orleans solid waste infrastructure for recycling. Award as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item and the next item is a pair of ordinance related to the city's $3.9 million solid waste infrastructure for recycling grant award from the EPA. Our grant subrecipient, the Recycling Partnership, is an integral partner to delivering this grant and advancing recycling in New Orleans. The first CA involves working with the Recycling Partnership on the community engagement and education around recycling. And the second CEA involves the Recycling Partnership providing non-federal matching funds to the SWIPLR grant. So I will go ahead and move to adopt. Second by Councilmember Druso. 5 yeas, thank you.
At the top of page 34, we have ordinance calendar number 34,969 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and the Recycling Partnership for a term of 15 months for the public purpose of supporting the purchase and distribution of recycling carts and improving recycling and community engagement as part of the City of New Orleans Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling Award, as more fully detailed in cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This partner CEA would provide approximately 83,000 new recycling carts, which would add 73,000 new households to the curbside recycling program and would replace 10,000 legacy recycling carts. I'm moving to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Druso. 5 yeas, 6 yeas, thank you.
Back on page 33, item number 40, we have ordinance calendar number 34,967 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding Councilmember Green, an ordinance to amend and reordain section 2-975 of Article 10 of Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to exempt staff of the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center and automotive repair staff of the Equipment Maintenance Division from the city's domicile requirements and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
Members of the council and public, this ordinance extends, and I emphasize the word extends, what we've already voted on, the domicile requirement exemption for staff at the JJIC and the Equipment Maintenance Division. JJIC operates in a unique and specialized field competing with detention centers across the region. So the expansion of the opportunities to get personnel to apply is welcome. JJIC and EMD already experienced difficulties in retaining applicants through the pre-employment process. In an already lengthy pre-employment process, the domicile waiver simply adds an additional step in time to the pre-employment process. It has been asked for in the past, and we granted it based on the request of representatives of JJIC and the Equipment Maintenance Division, and I move for approval. We do have a public comment from Mr. Burnside.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I'll say that the brief as written doesn't say extend, it says exempt. But I will also say that I'm not in favor of domicile requirements being waived, period, and to use them to attract employees seems to me counterproductive, and really what the employees need is a raise. The employees need more money. We're a capitalistic system. If you want to pay rent in the city, you got to pay more money. If you want to pay rent somewhere in the rural suburbs and drive your car back and forth on the interstate, then you pay less money, because the interstates are subsidies for people who live far away from this city. So if we would pay our people good money, they could live with us. By exempting them from the domicile requirement, you're telling them basically and bluntly that they don't have to live with us, which I do not agree with. I believe in order to attract people to employment, you raise their salary. You give them additional benefits, better health care. You don't say, don't live with us. I think we're incentivizing employees in a wrong manner.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any comments online? Members, I ask you to vote your machine on 34,967. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
On page 34, item 43, ordinance calendar number 34,970 by Councilmember Green by request, An ordinance to approve and authorize the City of New Orleans by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with the United States Department of Transportation, Build America Bureau, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
For the benefit of council members and the public, this is an ordinance authorizing the city through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into a CEA with the U.S. Department of Transportation through the Infrastructure, Finance, and Innovation Act. The program was created to provide grants to enhance the technical capacity of eligible public entities to facilitate and evaluate public-private partnerships. The New Orleans Aviation Board will use these grant funds, I emphasize the word grant, to the city in connection with the light rail terminal connection project. The federal award and obligation amount is $2 million with a non-federal match amount of $1 million. The period of performance is March 3rd, 2025 through March 2nd, 2028. If there are no questions and no cards, I move for approval of 34970. Members, please vote your machines. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much.
Item 44, ordinance calendar number 34,972 by council members Jerusalem and Moreno by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into amendment to a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and Feed the Second Line to extend the term for an additional 2 years for the public purpose of developing 5 resilience hubs or get lit, stay lit sites powered by solar and battery power across the city and to aid in emergency preparedness in case of extreme weather and grid power outages, as more fully detailed in the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement as Exhibit A and the Amendment Number 1 to the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement as Exhibit B, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you. Does Resilience want to say anything on this one? Hey, Sophia. Wherever you want, wherever you prefer.
Hello. So we have been a partner with Get Lit, Stay Lit for the past year, since we've had our previous contract with them, which was 1 year. We support the work that they do. Obviously, it promotes resiliency and uses renewable resources. Along with that, they also partner with local restaurants and make sure that we prevent food waste in case of emergency. And they also partner with Louisiana Green Corps to help build a pipeline between culture bears and the green workforce. So it's a really great partnership.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I've moved for approval. Seconded by Vice President Moreno. Six yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Item 45, ordinance calendar number 34,973 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the City of New Orleans to enter into a contract of lease with T-Mobile Central LLC for a portion of rooftop space, including the airspace above such rooftop space described below, where a portion of grantee's communication facility is currently located, to fix the annual rent in terms of said lease, to declare that such land to be leased is not needed for public purpose, and to set forth the reasons for said lease of land and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance allows the City of New Orleans to extend its lease of 600 square feet of rooftop space on the City Hall complex to T-Mobile Central for a mobile communications facility. The lease includes a 5-year term with 4 optional 5-year renewals starting at $30,000 annually with a minimum 15% rent increase for each term. Any public comment? I move. Seconded by Councilmember King. 6 yeas. Thank you.
Item 46, legislative group, and ordinance calendar number 34,975 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to provide for the designation of a public property within a specified area of the City of New Orleans as a temporary special event clean zone during the time period beginning at 6 a.m. Monday, June 30th, 2025, and ending at 6 p.m. Monday, July 7th, 2025, relative to the use of these public areas in conjunction with the 2025 Essence Fest of Culture and related activities and events produced by Essence Festival Productions, to provide for the temporary prohibition of certain commercial activities in a special event clean zone unless approved, sanctioned, or authorized by the city or as set forth in sponsors as defined below. Special event permits, if inapplicable, to to provide for the establishment of one or more public participation areas, to provide for the establishment of fines and penalties for violations of this ordinance, to establish for the special event clean zone within the area bounded by the Pontchartrain Expressway, Chapatula Street, Ern Street, proceeding across the Mississippi River, the West Bank Levee, Esplanade Avenue, North Claiborne Avenue, Tulane Avenue, and South Broad Street, excluding the Louisiana Superdome property, the New Orleans Smoothie King Arena property, and the Ernest and Memorial Convention Center property, to provide a sunset period for applicability and otherwise to provide respects thereto. The amendment, we have an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,975 by Councilmember King, an amendment to remove the prohibition of street performers using amplified sounds. The amendment reads Item number 1, in section 3 on page 4 on line 27, delete the words that do not utilize amplified music and.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have one comment card in support from Mr. Ethan Elstad, representing the Music and Culture Coalition of New Orleans. Online comment?
We do have an online comment. I don't know if you wanted to do the amendment first before the final vote.
All right, I'll make a motion to amend, second by Councilmember Green, and then we'll have the online comment.
Yeah, this online comment is from Tommy Pickles. He says the clean zone has been proposed many times. The clean zone was done for the 2013 Super Bowl. The ACLU had an injunction in place because it was against First Amendment about practicing free speech or free expression on public grounds. The streets of the French Quarter are public grounds. Citizens of New Orleans pay for the streets with taxes. Therefore, there should not be a rule stating street performers are prohibited on the streets. In the clean zone, street performers do not take away or conflict with the Essence Fest activities or sales. That's it.
Thank you. Before we vote on the motion as amended, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. I need to recuse myself from this vote because I've represented Essence Festival in the past. Thanks.
Then we have a comment from Mr. Councilmember Morrell.
Yeah, just in light of that comment, I just want to make sure that those at home are watching. The amendment addresses that concern.
Yes, it does.
So Councilman King worked with Ethan at MACNO. We are making sure that all street performers and the like are able to perform as they do during any other festival. And so those concerns are addressed in the amendment. Thank you.
And that's why we have the support of MACNO. Any other comments? Make a motion to adopt.
So we're voting, however, on the amendment, or did we vote already?
We voted on the amendment. We're doing it
As amended.
okay as amended. 5 yeas, one recusal. Thank you.
At the top of page 36, we have motion line over 24,778 has been withdrawn. Item 48, motion line over M2521 has been withdrawn.
Order.
We have motion M2528 by Councilmember King by request. We need to suspend Rule 57.
So ordered.
You got to vote on it.
So moved.
To suspend the rule.
So moved. Second by Councilman Morrell.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. 6 yeas, no nays.
We have motion M2528 by Councilmember King by request, adding the President of Council as a signatory to Amendment Number 2 to the Professional Service Agreement between the City of New Orleans and Acadian Ambulance Service, Inc., and authorizing the President of Council to sign Amendment Number 2 to the Professional Service Agreement between the City of New Orleans and Acadian Ambulance Service, Inc.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to accept.
Second.
Second by Councilman Morrell. 5 yeas, 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item number 50, motion M2529 by Council Members Moreno and Harris, directing the Council's Chief of Staff to conduct a competitive selection for an engineer or engineering consultant to provide recommendations to the City Council related to a program instituting structural reviews in order to help prevent further building collapse. The Joint Quality of Life Economic Special Development Project's recommended approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We had a full meeting yesterday, thank you to Councilmember Harris, on the recent building collapses. We had 3 major building collapses in less than a year's span, and obviously this has caused much alarm to residents and also to members of the city council. So in trying to find solutions, we knew that we needed additional expertise to be brought in. And so what this motion does is it brings in a structural engineer to help not only advise the city council, but also advise different city departments as the best way to move forward. And this could be a variety of different things, from legislative instruments, it could be new procedures or policies for safety and permits. It could also be something like, from what I understand, happened back in the 80s, where there was a major assessment of certain buildings downtown based on age and condition. And so with that, I'm happy to take any additional comments. Did you want to say anything? You're good? Any public comment? Nope. Okay, we do have public comment, though. Michael?
Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So a couple of things, 3 or 4 things. First of all, I do not believe it's abnormal for buildings to collapse here in New Orleans. It may be abnormal for commercial buildings to collapse, but residential buildings collapse 4 to 5 times a year. So we had a collapse on the 2300 block of Terpsichore, where a neighboring structure fell down and hit an occupied house where there was a mother and a baby on Sunday at 6 a.m. back before COVID. Those people still live in that house, and I could introduce you to them if you're interested. So I'm aware of other residential collapses here in the city. The computer hides this information, so it's very hard to find historical data for what has and has not collapsed, how many, and what over the years. So one of the things you're going to need to do is figure out a way to flag the city computers so that it's easy to determine what's a collapse and what's not. The next thing I want to mention in passing is trucks do shake structures. I had a friend of mine on the South Liberty 1600 block who had her structure shaken so badly that a glass curio fell and broke, so it does affect people here in the city. I'll point out that we take ourselves too seriously as special and unique. We introduce ourselves to the International Building Code, and then we put a whole bunch of amendments on it. So to say that we use the International Building Code, particularly for commercial structures, is factually untrue. We exempt all the electrical. We exempt almost all of the plumbing. And that is one of the reasons we have pipes freeze here when it does go below 32 degrees Fahrenheit, but it does not go below 0 degrees Fahrenheit. My mother lives in Wyoming in a house that never freezes, and it's been up below 0 degrees Fahrenheit for a couple of months. So it is quite possible to build better than we are, and fortified roofs are not the only thing we need to be looking at when it comes to building codes and such things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've moved. Can I get a second? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I had one more. Cedric Patton? I just didn't see anybody. That's what I figured. But, okay. He was in support, by the way. It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 37, item 51, we have motion M2530 by Councilmember Morrell, confirming the following individuals appointed by the legislative auditor and the New Orleans Inspector General to serve as arbiters to resolve disputes related to sewage and water board bills. Council District A, Residential Judge Paul A. Bonin, retired. Commercial Judge Toma Calbert Jr., retired. Council District B, Residential James Mahoney. Commercial Randall Meyer. Council District C, Residential Richard Perquette. Commercial Yvonne Mitchell Grubb. Council District D, Residential Robert Barber. Commercial Neil Aberson, sorry. Council District D, Residential Hugh Ramsey Strub. Commercial Sean Bruno. The GA recommended approval.
Thank you. For those of you who've been following the epic odyssey that is sewage and water board billing, as many of you know, after the last legislative session, we implemented a series of reforms dealing with sewage and water board billing. The one most people are aware of and you've probably interacted with is that with the legislature, working with the sewage and water board and the council, we implemented HGI, which is our contractor, as the primary source for customer service for sewage and water board bill complaints. The second part of that, which was plugged into the legislation, was a second tier of appeals where if you did not like essentially what came out of your customer service call from your initial brush with sewage and water board through HGI, sewage and water board or the customer could appeal to an arbiter who would meet in council districts on a monthly basis. These are those arbiters. That was part of the legislation. Councilman Druso, you want to make some comments on this?
We'll wait to the next item.
Okay.
Thank you.
So essentially, this appoints those said arbiters. That's what it does. So I'll move. I get a second? Second by Councilman Druso. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. The appointments are made.
We have motion M2531 by Councilmember Morrell, reauthorizing Surgeon Water Board of New Orleans Billing Ordinance Advisory Committee to review and opine the ordinance establishing procedures regarding the billing policies of Surgeon Water Board of New Orleans pursuant to section...
Hang on, Madam Clerk, before you go to this item, Councilmember King wanted to vote on that previous item.
Let's go back.
I don't think you need to go back, you can just tell her, huh?
Okay. There you go.
Yeah. We good, Adam? Okay.
Motion M2531 by Councilmember Morrell, reauthorizing Surgeon Water Board of New Orleans Billing Ordinance Advisory Committee to review and opine on ordinances establishing procedures regarding the billing policies of Surgeon Water Board of New Orleans pursuant to Section 3-127 of the City of New Orleans Home Rule Charter. The GA recommended approval.
Thank you. Briefly, this part of the overall reform package sewage and water board is that we have a billing ordinance advisory committee that is a semi-standing committee that reviews legislation the council might propose to deal with the sewage and water board in regards to billing. This group was instrumental in all of the legislation we've done locally to improve the outcomes for sewage and water board customers, and this simply reauthorizes that group and makes the appointments on it. Councilman Druso.
I want to echo what you said about that and the fact that we have a number of rules, both from the legislature and from the council, that are important. And Sewage and Water Board notified us today that they plan on being in non-compliance with this council's ordinance to bill on a monthly basis. They want to bill customers for 2 months of consumption. And I am getting very tired of the fact that we pass laws and they decide which ones they want to follow and which ones they don't. I think this will work a disservice to residents. They can let people do a fixed bill for that month, which is essentially an estimate in and of itself, and they complain all the time about not having cash flow, but by not allowing people to pay on a monthly basis, they're going to hurt their cash flow because people are going to blow by paying for 2 months instead of 1. I understand the perils of the snow, and that made collection hard for those 3 days, perhaps 4, that people couldn't do it, but you got to adapt and overcome and follow the law and make sure that residents are being notified of what's going on and how it's going to be rectified. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I was remiss, Mr. Berzard, you can come up. I was remiss to say part of this, what this billing ordinance advisory committee does. We also review when the Sewage and Water Board is not in compliance, and we have the opportunity to try and resolve those issues. It has been an ongoing fight, I think it's the right term, Councilman Druso, that we will negotiate with Sewage and Water Board on behalf of customers to try and create policies and rules that are fair, and once there's an estimation on Sewage and Water Board's position that they don't like it, they just cease to follow it until we have to go back and take them to the woodshed. So, Mr. Burnside.
Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So basically, I end up having to be in favor of Sewage and Water Board because they supply us water, and without water we don't have a city, which brings up, of course, the good old salt wedge. And are we doing anything about the reoccurrence and reappearance of said salt wedge, even if it's 10 years in the future? But what I'd like to talk about here for a moment is billing, and specifically monthly billing. I think not only is monthly billing important because people receive their paychecks monthly, but monthly billing also allows for connection. I used to like having a water reader come and look at the meter. I used to like electric people coming and looking at the meter. I used to like public transport coming through my neighborhood. These are webs that tie my little neighborhood into the bigger city. And as they're pared back and trimmed, we're left more and more alone. So monthly billing is important, and I don't think it should only extend to Sewage and Water Board. I think it should extend to the assessor. I think one of the major problems that the assessor has is when they jack up the assessment, everybody gets hit with an entire year's worth of change immediately. Whereas if the assessor was able to charge on a monthly basis, I think a lot more people could budget that into their monthly budget because they get paid, their income comes in a monthly flow. And their outgo, whether it's a credit card bill or whatever it is, rent goes in a monthly flow. So a lot of people deal with things monthly. They don't deal with things on 2-month increments, and they don't really deal with things in 12-month increments. And I think the more the government tries to meet the people where they're at, the more likely the people are to be relaxed and calm about the behaviors of their government.
So you're moving? I will move for adoption. Second by Councilman Druso, please vote your machines. Wire.
We have motion M61, no, motion passes. We have motion M2543 by Councilmember Morrell, there's a sub-motion to this motion, submitting the parade positions and start times for 2025 Carnival Parade season in accordance with City Code Section 34-6, and there's a substitute motion, submitting the parade positions and the start times for the 2025 Carnival Parade season in accordance with City Code Section 34-6.
Thank you. The rationale behind the substitution, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are providing more precise descriptions in accordance with the GIS principles for the route. So basically, this allows for using blocks determination for how we're going to stage parade. So that's what it does. I'll move to adopt substitute motion. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas. Mr. King. 6 yeas, no nays. It's adopted.
At the top of page 38, we have item 54, motion M2544 by Councilmember Morrell, appointing the following persons as members of the Film Advisory Committee. Brittany Chandler, representative from Film New Orleans in the Office of Cultural Economy. Jason Wiggins-Pack, representative from Film Louisiana. Trey Bourbon, representative from Second Line Stages. Carol Martin, representative from New Orleans Film Society. Simon Berry, representatives from IATSE Local 478. Alice Glenn, representative from New Orleans and Company. Wynn Fan, representative of Department of Public Works with expertise in traffic and engineering. John Johnson, New Orleans-based local manager, and Ty Lewis, New Orleans-based producer.
Essentially, this is the appointment of the Film Advisory Committee the council had previously approved. I'll move for adoption. Second by Councilmember Druso, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. It is adopted.
At the top of page 39, we have motion M2556 by Councilmember Morrell, requesting and authorizing the President of Council to execute a fourth amendment to the professional service agreement between the City of New Orleans and Baruso, Yousdane, Copperman, Freeman, and Saverer, LLC, K-22-715, extending the term of the agreement for 1 year and increasing the max compensation payable under the agreement by $250,000, and B, to execute the First Amendment to the professional service agreement between the City of New Orleans and Baruso, Yousdane, Copperman, Freeman, and Saverer, LLC, K-24-602, increasing the maximum compensation payable under the agreement by $250,000. In addition to the foregoing, any amendments authorized herein may contain such other provisions as may be necessary or desirable to accomplish the purpose of this motion and to ensure continuity of service.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Essentially, this extends and increases the amount we give to Rosso Yousdane, who is the outside counsel that the City Council uses for litigation. These amounts reflect additional expenses for ongoing litigation, as well as additional representation for the council in the Stanton Square matter. That's what it does. I will move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilman Druso. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. It is adopted. Thank you.
All right, council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive motion M2557.
I'll move. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays.
We need to suspend the rules to add it to the agenda.
I'll second. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. It is added to the agenda.
We have item 57, motion M2557 by council members Morrell and Moreno, nominating Justin A. Hawkins by the council of the city of New Orleans as the council's representative on the mayoral scholarship selection committee authorized by section 2-33 of the code of the city of New Orleans.
Thank you. This motion is self-evident. It's simply our appointee to the mayoral scholar selection committee. I'll move. Second by Councilman Moreno. Please vote your machines. Ready? 6 yeas, no nays. It is adopted.
We need to suspend the rules to add motion 2558 to the, to receive resolution 2558.
I'll move. Second. Can I get a second? Second by Councilman Harris. Six yeas, no nays. Adopted. Okay.
I'm sorry, this will be a motion. So we have motion M2558 by Councilmember Morrell, a motion amending resolution 2512 relative to the confidentiality of certain investigation documents. Be it resolved by the City Council, by the Council of the City of New Orleans, that City Council Resolution Number R2512 as amended is hereby amended to add the following sentence at the end of the final be it resolved paragraph. The foregoing confidentiality provisions shall also apply to and include copies of any and all subpoenas and other documents requests issued by the council seeking documents or information in any form to communications concerning the subpoenas or other documents requests and to the internal council documents and communications discussing or relating to the investigation.
Thank you. Essentially, this is a clarification on our previous resolution that opened the investigation for the infrastructure concerns in the French Quarter after January 1st. There was some concerns and there was some confusion regarding the availability of subpoenas, whether or not they were be considered confidential or not, and after consulting with our attorneys, this clarifies that those subpoenas, in fact, are considered confidential as well. I will move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines.
Did we vote to add it?
Did we vote to add?
We needed to add it to the...
Okay, let's take it back then.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'll rescind the motion to adopt. I will move to add it to the agenda. Second by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. Is added to the agenda. Now I will move to adopt. Can I get a second? Second, Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted.
All right, and then we need to vote to receive motion M2561.
I'll move. Second by Councilmember Druso.
We need to vote to add it to the agenda.
I'll move to add to the agenda. Second by Councilman Druso. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. Add to the agenda.
We have motion M2561 by council members Morrell, Jerusalem, and King by request adding the president of council as a signatory to the professional service agreement between the city of New Orleans and Stutes and Laverne LLC, and authorizing the president of council to sign the professional service agreement between city of New Orleans and Stutes and Laverne LLC.
This is to apply, this is a contract involving litigation services to the city in the Fresenius Medical Care, Lake Forest versus Norman Foster, Department Finance, City of New Orleans. I will move to adopt. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. Okay, 5 yeas, no nays. Adopted.
And we could go to ordinance, or make a motion to go to
Mr.
ordinance.
Green moves to go to ordinances on first.
Before we do that, 1 second. I was, apparently there are some Bywater residents who believe that I committed some fraud by telling them that the vote earlier today would be deferring to the 13th. So that, I have no idea who said that. I never made that comment. They said that the clerk's office, someone from the clerk's office told them that this vote would not be heard today and deferred by meeting to the 13th. Does anyone have any knowledge of that? Because that rumor is now being circulated among some Bywater residents. So I just want to get that cleared out. Does anyone have any knowledge of that, Madam Clerk?
Not to my knowledge. They asked about the item number 2 being deferred. I think that was not number 2.
Well, no one from my office.
Yeah, item number 3 was deferred.
No one, Mr. Burnside?
I'm going to say something like it was on the record. I think that it is important to understand, and I think Mr. Burnside can attest to this, that unless something is actually told to you in writing that it is going to be deferred, it is not good for anyone to rely simply on word of mouth for anything. I have not received any communication from anyone's office that matter was going to be deferred. I'm not aware of any communication reflecting that, but obviously that's going to sort itself out rather quickly, because I'm sure there will be a plethora of public records requests that will be sent to suss that out. So, well, I'm not aware of that, but
I just want to go on the record that I did not know anyone from my office made a comment to anyone, whether public or the clerk's office, that any item related to the Bywater vote would be deferred. I just want to clear up those.
And to be clear, on the top of our regular agenda, this is the specific language that is put there on deferrals. Any annotation of a request to defer an agenda item is purely tentative until confirmed during the meeting. A request to defer an agenda item may be withdrawn or overruled pursuant to council rules. So literally on the agenda it says a deferral is not a deferral until it happens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Green moved to suspend the rules to go to items on first read. And second, Councilmember DeRusso. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. We're on first reads.
Ordinance is on first readings. Calendar ordinance number 34,976 by Councilmember DeRusso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Louisiana Department of Children and Family Services for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of the providing residents with application assistance for public benefits program in the city of New Orleans is more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,977 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Ashner Clinic Foundation relative to implement and maintain the Family Connects newborn home visiting program to modify the provision thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 5 years is more fully set forth in the amendment number 1 form attached hereto as Exhibit A and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,978 by council members Morrell and King. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 162-660 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to update technical requirements for taxi cab security systems and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Calendar ordinance number 34,979 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to suspend the enforcement of Section 34-21.1 of the Code of the City of New Orleans for the 2025 Carnival Parade season and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,980 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended entitled An Ordinance Providing an Operating Budget of Revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds to the Office of Youth and Families for a joint initiative between Children and Nature Network, National League of Cities, and Kaboom to advance equitable access to nature everywhere children live, learn, and play, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,981 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended, entitled An Ordinance Providing an Operating Budget of Expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds to the Office of Youth and Families for a joint initiative between Children and Nature Network, National League of Cities, and Kaboom to advance equitable access to nature everywhere children live, learn, and play, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,982 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and Gulf Coast Gunbusters to dispose of confiscated weapons from the New Orleans Police Department's Central Evidence and Property section, term greater than 1 year, for a public purpose of protecting citizens is more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form here attached here to as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,983 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended, entitled An Ordinance Providing an Operating Budget of Expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to move funds within the Office of Inspector General from appropriation 200 other operating to 100 personal services to pay personnel expenses in fiscal year 2025 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That concludes the ordinances on first reading. Thank you. Me too.